Okay, Jack.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Today is August 19th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO O'Brien, and myself, Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, September 1st, Wednesday, September 9th, and Monday, September 21st. They should be posted on our website. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available through our Albany and Buffalo locations. Hopefully the feed will be working when we get going. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there will be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask as a courtesy, please silence your cell phones. Prior to going to Buffalo, council has requested an item be called, it's item 1852, Integrity Wines.
Mr. Fogelman?
1852. Here's one shot.
Emailing
We're okay with this. She was.
Aaron.
Okay. Yeah.
Issue.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was wondering.
Oh, those, yes, give them to Elaine.
Go to the podium, your case is called.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman. I'm here on another matter. Somehow I'm not aware, I must have missed it on the agenda, and I am not aware that this case is on today. I know it's a serious disciplinary matter, so I'm not here. My client isn't here. Okay. I know we have an offer that's pending, which we are...
September 1st?
Certainly.
September 1st.
Thank you very much. I apologize.
No problem.
All right, in Buffalo, 1878, Jimico Enterprises? Good time with this.
Well, good morning. My name is Vince Sereno. I did the notice of appearance for this application.
I'm James Damon. I'm the president of the Jimico Enterprises, which is the applicant for this license.
Good morning. My name is Steve Damon. I'm the landlord for Jimico Enterprises, also Jim's son.
Good morning. I think the issue here has been the same issue that's been the previous reason for denial back in 2009. What's changed?
I sent a letter to Cynthia O'Brien explaining my personal situation and the years of probation I did and a year and a half of counseling, and you know, I feel that I would be okay as a landlord to my father's beer license application. It's a misdemeanor.
I think part of the issue too, though, is that the way you purchased this building was all from, the funds came from your parents, they're coming out, and for all practical purposes, it's really, you're just being the landlord, but you're really going to be operating and be the licensee per se, but you're not on the application as well.
Well, I don't operate the store. There's a hired manager that's employed by James Damon, and I included a copy of my tax returns. My only income is from the rent of the property. I initially wanted to buy the store, but when I was denied a liquor license under Damon Incorporated, Sunoco as a company would not issue me a franchise agreement. You have to have a beer license to get in a chain store like this franchise application. So I was committed at that point to buying the property. So my father, who was in the business that I worked for many years, decided that he would buy the franchise part of it at least for me, and I could go ahead and just purchase the property and make a living doing that. And that's what we've done. And that's why we're here today, to try to explain the situation.
Are you going to have any activity in the business other than being the landlord?
No, sir. No, sir. No.
No.
Is there still a mortgage held by your father on the property?
No, sir, no, sir. Mortgage is solely in my business name, 44 Fort Watson LLC.
And he's not a guarantor on it?
No, sir. Solely in my name.
Is your rent amount the amount of the mortgage, exact amount of the mortgage payments?
No, the rent is almost double what the mortgage payment is. I pay the mortgage out of the rent and I live on the rest.
Are you still on probation?
No, sir. I got off over 4 years ago. I included a letter of release from probation, which was dated May 31st, 2011. And I did very well on probation. I did a 1.5 years of counseling, which I highly rate, and I don't feel that I'm a threat at all to this application.
Yeah. This is a tough one because you were denied for character and fitness back in 2009.
Yes.
And who's going to be operating this on a day-to-day basis? And you said there was going to be a manager because James Damon, you're only going to be there from 8 to noon on Monday and Wednesday mornings, and your wife, who's also on this application, she's not going to be active at the premises. So, did you fill out a questionnaire for the manager as well?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, we don't ask
Oh,
that.
we don't
as
ask
a
for the
general
manager.
rule,
Okay.
only if we have concerns over.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we have concerns here
This
because
one we do, yes.
right.
But as a general rule, we don't.
Who's going to be managing this day to day?
There's a manager, Annette Bailey. We included her information on the application.
Oh, okay. All right. Again, normally because of the previous character and fitness issues, but because you have completed counseling and gone through your probationary period without issues, I'll give it a chance and I'll approve.
I'll approve as well, based on the fact that it was a misdemeanor. You did, I believe, 6 years of probation?
Yes, sir.
And obviously significant counseling, so I'll approve as well, as long as you're not involved in the business.
Yes, sir, I'm not.
Good luck.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are we all done?
You done?
1864 Niagara Street Liquor and Wine.
Good morning, Attorney Sean McKenzie appearing with Fauzia Haruna, sole owner of Niagara Street Liquor and Wine LLC.
So the concerns we have here are family related. Her brother is listed as the sole LLC member. Can you just explain the relationship between your brother and you for the previous license that you sold and then for this current license?
Actually, I've been working with my brother for some time, and he's very helpful. And me wanting to open this store, he's very active in it, and he really wants to help me out. So I think I'm able to handle everything.
But if the members of the board, if you're concerned about her brother's name is Kane Haruna, and Kane does have a store in Niagara Falls. The prior license that
Wait,
Ms.
can
Haruna was
I stop you there? What's his name?
Kane, C-A.
The application?
Faisal Haruna.
I'm sorry, I know him as Kane. Faisal. I don't represent him.
Well, then he signed his name on an affidavit as Abdul Haruna.
Well, if I could clarify, Fauzia has two brothers who I know as Kane and Abdul. Fauzia, Kane, and Abdul are immigrants from Ghana. When they arrived in the United States, Abdul and Fauzia owned a mini mart called Serafina in Niagara Falls. Abdul and Fauzia sold Serafina to another gentleman, and Fauzia is using her half of the proceeds from the sale of that mini mart to fund the opening of this store if a license is granted. Kane, or Faisal, I'm sorry, did not have an ownership interest in Serafina, and he has had his store for how many years now?
The labor?
Yeah,
Just like a year.
about a year or two. But there is no financial arrangement between them other than that has been disclosed on the application. I submitted an affidavit on behalf of Abdul to clarify the source of the monies, and that's why I also provided a copy of this bill of sale for the mini mart as well, to show that these funds are indeed Fauzia Haruna's funds, and those are the only funds that are being used.
So why is it that Fauzia, in her personal questionnaire, she didn't mention anything about her previous license history or her employment history as a manager?
Actually, I would say I probably make a mistake, but that's how it is, and that's what my lawyer explained.
Your lawyer explained for you not to be truthful in this statement?
No, actually, I'm sorry, not that.
Excuse me? I don't understand. I'm sorry. No, let me ask your client, please. So,
yes,
Ms. Haruna, so were you the manager at either or both of your brother's licensed stores?
Yes.
Both of them?
I was actually with Irene, meaning market.
Which is with your brother Abdul?
Yes.
So did you ever work with your brother Faisal?
Yes.
And you were the manager at the same time or at different times?
I was the manager at the store.
At the same time you were, for both stores?
No, it was one store.
I think she's just misunderstanding the question. Were you a manager of the mini mart?
Yes.
Were you ever a manager of your brother's liquor store?
No.
I hope that clarifies.
Yeah,
I
think
apologize
I made a
for.
mistake. It's just the mini market, not the liquor store.
Okay. So I think you need to submit an updated personal questionnaire clarifying that. Is that clear?
Yes. You would like the personal questionnaire to reflect that she had an interest in a company which owned a beer license.
I want a personal questionnaire that answers the questions truthfully and fully disclosed. But she didn't disclose that, right?
She had an interest, though, and she was.
She said she was a manager, though.
Right.
Yeah, what interest did she have?
But if her previous employment history, this is wrong, by the way. This is confusing because they mistake the two brothers.
Yeah.
This is,
I do see that.
Yeah.
I do see that. But we didn't know.
Talking about Razak.
Right.
It's just a brother.
Also, an affidavit stating they were partners in the sale of the.
And she said she was a manager.
Right, in the sale of the business is where the funds came from for this application and this.
Okay.
Undisclosed interest in the mini mart.
Undisclosed interest,
Yes,
right.
that's the way I'm reading that, yes.
So she had an undisclosed interest in the mini mart.
I don't know. Sorry.
That's what, so previously she was partners with Faisal in the mini mart.
Yes.
Okay, but when Faisal had his application with the mini mart, the license for the mini mart, he said he was the 100% owner. He never listed her as an owner of interest. Or had she had any ownership interest?
She did have an ownership interest, and I was unaware of that, and I believe that Ms. Haruna was unaware of that as well.
Right, she was only listed as a manager. She wasn't listed as an owner. And that's a big problem.
I understand that. Yes, sir, I understand that. Again, I was unaware of that.
Listen, we can either deny this or you can withdraw it because it's not going to go forward.
Okay, I would like to withdraw then and resubmit with more accurate information. I apologize to the members of the board for the error.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
$18.70 Raceway Liquor.
I'm okay with this. Just put it for the record.
Rob Bellavino with Raceway Liquor.
Bob Heil Consultant.
I approve this application. Oh, I'm sorry. Do they have protesters there? I don't think there was
Is there
any.
anybody in protest there?
There are no protests in Buffalo.
Okay, I approve this
I
application.
approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Tia.
You're welcome.
In Albany, 1872, 845 Lounge.
Good morning, Glenn Cavista. I'm with Eric Barger, the principal of 845 Lounge. The matter here is a new on-premises where the prior license had been canceled. The prior owner was an absentee owner, which created a lot of problems at the location. Mr. Barger will be full-time at the business, along with a manager he's just employed who's ATAP certified. And we would ask you to approve this application.
What's your client's relationship with the previous owner?
Not at all.
They don't know each other at all?
No, not at all.
He has no experience running a place like this, and obviously it's a problem location. How's he gonna solve that problem?
That's correct, Chairman. That's why I said he has hired a lady with many years' experience. I have her ATAP certification here, and we will submit, if you approve as one of the conditions, the questionnaire on the individual.
So this isn't.
Who will manage.
All right, well, I'm okay with that. That's the case.
Anybody in protest? Is there
No.
anybody in protest there?
No, Chairman, there's not.
Okay. Given your representation that you have no relationship with the previous owner whatsoever, I approve.
I approve as well.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck.
1874, AACEE Corp. AC.
Good morning, I'm Karen Greco from Glenn Cavista and Associates, and I'm here today with my clients Ariane Pablo and Alton Benghazi of AACE Corp. The matter before the board this morning is a new liquor store located in the Newburgh Town Center at 1433 Route 300 in the town of Newburgh, and is located near the intersections of I-84 and the New York State Thruway. Route 300 is a heavily traveled highway located along a major business and commercial area of Newburgh, and also intersects with Meadow Hill Road, which gives direct access to a development of over 500 homes directly behind the center. Now, the Newburgh Town Center is also home to a 65,000 square foot super Stop and Shop and 82,000 square feet of shopping mall with both retail stores and professional offices, including an AT&T, Marshalls, and Sterling Bank. The combined parking spaces are approximately 500. The center is well lit and has its own security that patrols in the evenings. The proposed liquor store is also located within a quarter mile of the Newburgh Mall that is home to over 65 stores, anchors being Sears and Bon-Ton. Now, the mall does not have a liquor store as a tenant. However, there is a direct access side road between the two shopping centers that also intersects the Meadow Hill Road, giving access to the homes in the rear. There's approximately 38,000 cars that travel this main highway daily. My client would be the only liquor store in a full-service mall along this heavily traveled Route 300. According to the most recent census, population density in the area is over 80,000, of which 50,000 are working adults. So based upon the location, population, and the traffic flow, it's my humble opinion that we have more than met the state's criteria with respect to a new liquor store at this location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have people in protest here in our New York City office, so we're going to have them speak first at this time. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tyreek Gale. I'm the owner of Gale Wines and Liquors. In addition, I'm here with the owners from South Plank, as well as Payless, as well as Neighborhood Wines. In the interest of time and brevity, I'm going to try to speak for everyone here. Currently, there are 9 stores within a 6-mile radius of the AC proposed location, which services, according to the 2013 census, there are about 30,000 residents in the town of Newburgh, which 23,000 are over the age of 21. Therefore, AC would do nothing in the way of offering public convenience or advantage to the population at large. In addition, my store in particular was just approved in January by the board, and at that time, we were petitioning for 1,300 square feet. One of the conditions of us being approved was slicing our size in half, and the board approved us to basically be 700 square feet. This store here is going to be, according to their application, would be 6 times the size of our store. And since January, market conditions nor population has changed in our area to warrant the approval of a store of this size. Lastly, before Commissioner Rosen, the chairman, he specifically said during that time, and I quote, "We," meaning the board, "are supposed to be careful not to have too many liquor stores in an area because then you may get violations that people commit just to survive." I'm hopeful that the board will consider his words at the time and analyze the chart, which I included in my opposition letter, which basically shows population size versus number of stores in our area. I apologize for not having it right in front of me. Population size as well as number of stores in our area. If you look at the surrounding towns, thank you. If you look at the surrounding towns immediately surrounding the town of Newburgh, there are a total of 9 stores in those surrounding towns, which total 76,000 people. If you look at the town of Newburgh, we have 9 stores alone in the town of Newburgh, which has a total of 30,000 people plus, which of the 30,000, 23,000 of those are 21 and over. I must say that this is at a point of saturation, and adding an additional store to that would do nothing to help the public at large.
Mr. Gale, sorry to interrupt. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We have in our records here that your store is, in fact, 1,350 square feet, and we don't see anything in our license, on your license, that restricts you to 700 square feet.
That was what was said by, at that time, it was Commissioner.
So how big is your space now?
My space in total is 1,300, but Commissioner Green at the time said your retail area can only be 700 square feet, and that's exactly from, I pulled the January 30th.
And so what's your other 650 square feet
It's
currently?
all storage. It's storage, restrooms.
So your retail space is 700 square feet?
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay.
In addition to that, sir, we also have a letter here from Senator Larkin, who is in opposition.
We have that letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to note, we did receive an update on this yesterday, that Senator Larkin changes opposition to neutral.
Okay, fair.
Was that actually Senator Larkin? No, I mean, I think it was somebody else. It was the count. Yeah, somebody from, not his office, but I saw that email too. Yeah. He sent a letter to Senator Larkin changing his position from opposition to neutral. Okay. But Senator Larkin, on record, I think we still have opposing this application.
Which was the July 7th letter, I believe. That's what, okay. So this is where we are. If you would like to hear from anyone else who's here,
I think please put your name in for the record.
Thank you.
This was sent from Jim McGee, constituent liaison from Senator Larkin's office.
Oh, it is. Kunal Patel. I'm sorry, let me just correct myself. So we did receive a letter yesterday from Jim McGee.
Jim McGee, the constituent liaison from Senator Larkin's office.
Changing his position to neutral. Yeah. Okay.
I'm Kunal Patel from South Plain Wine and Spirit.
Thank you.
Nothing more to add. I think he covered everything.
Thank you. If you can all just kind of walk towards this way, we can, not you, sir, the other two gentlemen, the gentleman and the lady who are going to speak next.
Deepak Kapadia from Payless Wine and Liquor.
Okay, please.
Thank you.
You can start walking up next to him just to save the time from walking, since we have a lot of people.
Speaking on behalf of my daughter,
Okay.
Amanda.
Got it.
Her father and a bit of an investor in the business. I just want to ask the board basically how the SLA determines a point of saturation. because obviously we came up with our numbers, and we're not sure exactly how you guys determine it, because
Well, where are you, what store are you from?
Neighborhood Wines and Spirits. So we're of the last 2 stores within the last year that has come online, along with Mr. Gale. And of course, you know, at this point, we really haven't had enough time to develop a customer base. And, you know, we feel it's a little unjust to us now to add another 45 or 4,300 square feet of additional retail space, which is, I'm going to say, 2.5 miles away from our location, and probably about a little bit less than that from Mr. Gale's location. So, and a 1/4 mile from Canal location as well. But please, if you could at least answer my question on unsaturation, because I'm just curious as to how you determine that.
Council?
We take into fact the population, and we take into fact the sales of whether they're increasing or declining, and the number of stores. I don't think there's a bright line test for each area. It depends on what might be saturation in New York City as opposed to a community like Newburgh. I wish I could tell you there was A plus B equals C, but there's determining factors in each one, whether one's a walking community or a driving community. It all depends. And it also depends on the type of products being sold at one store. Maybe one store is a store that only sells bottles of wine well over $100, whereas the other stores aren't. That store that's selling the very high end might not contribute to the issue of saturation because it's a different type of product.
Right. And since you asked, the legal standard is not saturation. The legal standard is public convenience and advantage. And so all the factors that Council Flug explained go into consideration, but it also includes, like she said, product mix, the type of store that you have, the amount of New York wines you sell, promoting New York economic development as well. If you are in a place where there's all bulletproof stores, for example, and you open up an open-ended store without bulletproof glass, that's considered public convenience. That's also factored into the public convenience and advantage consideration. So there is no set formula for answering your question about what exactly constitutes saturation.
Well, yeah, and in saturation, I mean, because at this point we feel that adding that additional retail space is definitely going to have an impact on all our businesses, obviously, because that's.
And we have that in all your statements, and Mr. Gale, I think, articulated it. So, do you have anything else to add, sir?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, just to point out, Commissioners, there's a store that is approximately 1.5 miles, give or take, called Mid-Valley Wines from this proposed location, which is about a 15,000 square foot store. So this is yet another store that will be that's a large size that's currently in existence, and this store here would be another one of those types of stores. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Back in Albany?
Okay, if I could just make some clarification on Mr. Gale's statement about the population in the area. He mentioned about the number of stores within a 6-mile radius. That 33,000 population is within in a 3-mile radius based upon 2010 census. The current number, or the projected number at that time, is nearly 80,000 people now within a 5-mile radius. So it's a much larger population. The public convenience also, once again, for this location, it is in a major shopping center with the major shopping stop, 500 vehicles, 1/4 mile from the Newburgh Mall, which has 65 stores, direct access, no need to get back on the major highway. There's security patrolling the area in the evenings, hired security by the mall itself, and it's a well-lit area. And based upon that, I feel it meets the convenience and the advantage for our customers.
Okay, thank you. So I did sit on the board decision in January, and I had agreed with my commissioners that at the time, when we restricted Mr. Gale's store space, that in our opinion, that was close to or at saturation as one of the factors. So I don't think that much has changed in the last 4 or 5 months to warrant adding another store in this location, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. There's clearly enough stores there that the sales figures indicate that for the most part, while they have gone up on a couple, they're mostly flat or going down. I'm from that area and drove down Route 300 pretty much weekly for 7 years, and I don't see that much changing. I don't believe there's a public advantage to adding, particularly 4,000 square feet. So I deny as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1877, Quimpex, sorry.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is David Piccioni, member of Quimpex LLC.
And I'm Nancy Quimby, the other member of Quimpex LLC, DBA Maple Lane Wine and Liquor.
Good morning. Do we have people in protest up there?
Yes, we do.
Can we hear from them first, please? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Castellano. I am here to speak on behalf of Valatia Wine Incorporated against the licensing of Quimpex LLC, located at 4 Maple Lane South in Valatia, New York. Valatia, New York is an area that is rather rural, very agriculture-based, just not a lot of population density within the area. I stand before you guys as a previous liquor store owner, as well as a licensed real estate broker. With the more people leaving northern Columbia County, we find in our area that we have a ratio of about 11:1 of houses compared to buyers. There's a lot more people leaving. So the market itself is just kind of flat, if not declining. The convenience, the store that they're anticipating on opening, or would like to open, is about 1,450 feet away from Valatia Wine, Inc. Valatia Wine, Inc. is located within a major shopping plaza, great parking, great lighting. Their store is 2,500 square feet, offering all the conveniences that the public could need. The applications, or the applicant, I'm sorry, their primary income is their medical practice. Everybody else around in the area, their store, their only income is their store. So what I look for you guys to do is to deny their application, preserve the small piece of pie that's existing in northern Columbia County to all the other liquor stores out there, and I thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, sir. You said the closest one was 450 square feet?
No, the closest store, Valatia, the applicant is 1,450 feet away from an existing store.
Okay.
So less than a quarter mile.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Does anybody else want to speak? I'm Walt Simmons-Marr. My wife and I own Wild Horse Wine and Liquor on Main Street, 3009 Main Street. We opened it up July 4th, 2002, and at that time, there was 3 stores, and since then, one of the stores, I sent you the letter from one of the owners. She went out of business because there wasn't enough business for 3 stores. This is my family business. Before that, it was owned by a family friend who started the business in the village of Valatia in 1928. So it's been in the village for quite a few years, a liquor store. To me, I don't have deep pockets like the doctors here, nothing against them, but I'm afraid that my store would probably be the one that would go under. I employ 3 part-time people, and I just here to hopefully deny their application because I do not think the population will support a 3rd store. And it did not in the past, and I don't see anything that has changed. The population has not increased. From 2000 to 2010, it increased. I gave you the data, 202, I think it was. So I'm asking you to deny their application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak?
Okay, so,
Okay. No, we appreciate the concern in the community. Valatia is a very bedroom community of Albany, about 25 miles southeast of Albany, on a busy north-south corridor. Our location on Route 9 is, I believe, a different market than what Mr. Simmons-Meyer and Mr. Castellano's stores attract. The shopping center will attract people primarily who are in the center. It's difficult to see their store going through the circle unless you absolutely know it's there. Mr. Simmons-Meyer's store is located in the downtown area of Valatia, if I can use that term, where he sees more local traffic going across 203 to the Chatham area. According to DOT statistics, there's...
So let me interrupt you. You're talking about he's in a downtown area, you're in a plaza, but at the end of the day, they're 1,000 feet apart, right?
Well,
no, we're not in the plaza.
I'm not going to split hairs. I've through the lamp system, I pulled it up as roughly 1,800 to 2,000.
1,800,
yes,
okay.
within about a quarter of a mile.
But that's not, okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. According to DOT statistics, in 2012, there's between 12 and 13,000 cars in 2012-2013 that literally drive by the Route 9 corridor between the circle, which is the defining line for the Kinderwine location, and the northern border of Columbia County.
And our location is directly on the corner of Maple Lane and Route 9, which is before the Route 9 and 9H split.
What are you going to provide that the other stores don't provide, if anything? I mean, there was another liquor store there, I believe, that shut.
Down.
And when did that close?
I don't know.
Not at our location.
When did that store close?
2 or 3 years ago.
But it was in the village, correct?
It was in another plaza down farther on Route 9. It was the old Grand Union Plaza, which went out, and their store was in there.
Okay. And what products are you going to provide that aren't available?
So one of the things that we really want to promote is New York tastings, and more than just a tasting, but a meet the vintner, meet the distiller. One of the philosophies that we just embrace is knowledge and learning in a relaxed, comfortable way. So more than just a tasting weekly or where you have a bottle of wine on the counter, we've already spoken to our New York State liquor vendors and a sommelier to actually come in, and our philosophy is we have a beautiful farm table, and we would like to have a vintner come in and talk about their process. And then for the next week, really promote their products. And then we would like to have distillers do the same thing, because I think people really like to learn about the process of how things are made, why they like what they like, really learn about how to taste wine in a relaxed setting. Our proposed location, actual floor space is about 900 square feet, which is much smaller than either of the other 2 stores. Our store does offer handicap accessibility, which I do understand the Plaza shop offers as well. But I think that we're looking to be a little bit more about education and promoting local and New York State products in a different way, in a way that typically only big stores who have big classroom settings do this. But we've allocated an area that our beautiful farm table could sit in and be converted to an in-store classroom. And we're making that available at whatever times are available for vintners or distillers. So we're not limiting it to just a Friday night wine tasting or a Saturday morning class. It's taking it a step up from maybe like meeting somebody at a farmer's market where a lot of the local vintners would promote their products.
Oh, they're just making.
And I think we gave you a copy of our brochure that we plan to distribute. And we've spoken with 2 of our reps, one from O-Pee-Chee and one from Empire, who are both on board with that. And I think I sent you an email from our O-Pee-Chee rep, Corey, and from the sommelier, who we've already spoken with, who is happy to come on board. Our Empire rep, Mike Avinia, we've been speaking with, but I didn't have him give us correspondence because
That's okay.
at this point,
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do have a question for the representative from Kinderwine.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys offer any classes? What do you do in terms of education at your store?
I used to own that wine shop. I'm here representing Valatia Wine Incorporated,
Oh, okay.
who are now at that location. I mean, absolutely. I mean, having wine tastings done every Friday, having one of my best friends, his name is Joe Carr. He's a winemaker from Napa. He comes in regularly to the store. So as far as that type of, it happens all the time. It's just not something that I'm.
Do you know what percentage is New York State wines and liquors at that store?
I'd say probably 20%.
Okay. And from Wild Horse as well, do you carry New York State wine and liquors?
Yes, I carry New York State wines and liquor, and I think mine's about 20% too. And as far as teaching and stuff, just last Friday, we had Warwick Wines come in, their representative come in, had tastings and everything like that, and we do this regularly. It's not just our tasting, we invite people, we've had Core,
I'll sell it at Harvest.
Golden Harvest Farm come in with sampling their liquor, we've had other wineries come in, we do the same thing,
Okay.
I guess we do have sampling, but we also invite them in and they come.
Thank you. Okay, I'm ready to vote. Yes, would you like to say something? Go ahead.
I did, because I know that the other two businesses were concerned about additional business, but we did also submit a copy of the business description of the liquor store that was just sold, and the highlights of that, that it's strong, their sales have been increasing annually, that it's a great business, and this is the business that is here opposing us.
One of the things also is, although the other venues may offer the classes, having worked in Valatia for 25 years and driving through the circle past Kinderwine, I've never noticed anything that would catch my attention to say a vintner or a distiller is on premises. Our location on Route 9 has a strip where flags and signs can be placed so the north and southbound traffic could know that there's a class on X night, 7 p.m. Come on, stop in and sign in.
Okay, thank you. The two closest stores, the three closest stores, it is true that Kinderwine has had increased sales. The other two, however, have had up and down sales and have been declining in the recent couple of years. I just think, based on the location, I think you guys would make great licensees. It's just that in this particular location, I just don't think that there's any added public convenience and advantage to have it placed there, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well for the same reasons. And just to reiterate, I think you're both obviously very good applicants. It's just a tough area. It's I'm familiar with the area. It's very rural. The village is very small, and the sales of two of the three liquor stores that are going to be close to your location have decreased over the last 3 years.
According to the ad for the one in this mall, their sales have increased by 7% every year. So, and that's what was publicly looked at, because we looked at the possibility of looking into buying that.
The one in the mall is the Kinderwine, correct?
Correct.
Yes, yeah, and
Actually, I got to clarify that. It's not Kinderwine. It's Valatia Wine, Inc.
Why is it?
The people who I'm here to represent.
I understand. Sorry, it's on our paper. It says Kinderwine, but
I got you. Yeah, I think we submitted.
Right. The new application's still pending, so whoever owns that particular location, that's not the issue right here. The issue is that you're correct that it has increased, but the other two closest stores have had up and down and have been decreasing in the past year or two. So you can look at it however many ways, but it's not an overall increase in our opinion. And that's just one factor in this particular case. But I think if you look for another location, then we'd consider that application at that time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1841 Route 9 Properties.
Nice to meet you. You too.
Nice to meet you.
They're all shaking
Very
hands.
different world.
What?
1841?
Yes.
1841.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner Kim. Sean May, appearing on behalf of Route 9 Properties Incorporated this morning. This is a,
Thank you, Mr. May. So you have an offer of 5,000?
yes.
We
yes, sir.
accept. I accept.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
Yes, I have one more for agenda number 1863, Hillsdale Fine Wine and Spirits.
Thank you, Cindy.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name's Charles Walden, Hillsdale Fine Wine and Spirits.
You say here you'll manage the ordering for the business 3 hours a day on Tuesday and Friday. Who's going to be managing the store?
Megan McCann, we had a liquor store in town that closed in February, and she managed it for like 6-7 years.
What store was that?
Hillsdale Wine and no, B&G Liquor before, and then it became Hillsdale Wine and Liquor.
Okay.
They were on Route 23. Avenia's.
Is she there right now? Is that her talking? Oh, no, okay.
They closed and went out of business. That's why we have no store in town and there's no one nearby. So that's why we thought it would be good to keep one in town.
Ready to vote? Okay, I approve. Good luck.
I approve as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Albany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1895 Mimi's Hummus.
Yes.
Sure. Is there
So
opposition?
is the client here as well? Oh, you're not the opposition, all right. Is there opposition here?
This time, Mr. Fogelman's here when he says he's here, as
don't
opposed to
you
when he
come up
says
if
he's
you-
not here.
He's physically here now.
Prepared.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Elke Hoffman. I'm here with Kings County Wines, which also submitted a letter of opposition. Kings County Wines opened in March 2015 after purchasing the assets of an existing store. The reason they spent nearly $500,000 to purchase the assets of the existing store was because about a year ago, when they applied for a new store at 1410 Cortelyou, it was denied based on the lack of public convenience and advantage. So they've invested a great deal of money in their store. And this new location is not just in the same block, it is literally like in the same building, like 2 doors away. And I think they submitted a photograph, and I have a couple of other pictures here as well. It is literally like 2 storefronts away. It's hard for me to imagine that there's a public interest in allowing a wine store 2 doors away from a brand-new store. And this is also not sort of a traditional, this is not a bulletproof store, this is not a traditional mainstream store. I have their product list. They also focus a lot on New York State. They have organic, they have biodynamic and sustainable wines. It's a highly curated, boutique store that's literally been open around 4 months. So, they're happy to address any questions, but that, it's hard for me to imagine that when their application for a store at 1410 was denied about a year ago, that there's an additional public convenience advantage for a store 3 doors away.
Okay, thank you.
I believe there's some.
Oh, there's more?
Why, if you're in protest, why don't you, you're a different store? Okay.
No, I'm with Kings County Wine.
Okay.
Oh, you are.
Any other stores?
Yes, we have 2 other stores from
Okay,
the
can they all just come up, please, right now? Everybody in opposition, just put your name in for the record, please.
This is my name, Ala Calderon. This liquor store, Alejas. This my store in 1/2 block. This store, this 2 blocks next liquor store, and my place very small and now very slow. this work? Do you have just one manager and that's it, people and me? And this question, this last year comes and people open a liquor store, this protest and come back again. And please, this very slow work. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry. This
Okay,
Okay.
no problem. Thank you.
No,
We
no.
understand.
I'm so
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you
No
for
problem.
coming.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Good morning. I
Morning.
am the Mrs. Park, and I have a liquor store, 1524 on Cortelio Road. And actually, the way they try to open the new store is not far away from where I located on my store. So I am representing that that distance is not far away from the way we run the business. That's why I am here.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? No? Mr. Fogelman?
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman.
20.
And my client, Avi Shakur, who is
right
behind me. He's the principal. And
Good morning, guys.
Matthew
Avram.
Fortune, who works for Avi. This obviously is a very unusual application.
25 feet?
Yes.
Same
Yes.
building?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously the main question is why?
Yes. Yes.
And just to get it out of the way, I mean, having looked at your submission, your clients obviously have a lot of experience operating a business. The Mimis Hummus brand,
Mimi's
it
Hummus,
seems to have
as well as another couple of restaurants.
right,
that
and
have had
they all
on
seem
the same
to
block.
have a good history, and you know, so that's not the issue. It's really just same building, 26 feet.
Right. This is a location that currently they have a market in, and they have decided that they would like to try to have a minuscule 165 square foot wine store carrying 100% organic and biodynamic wines, some of which will be New York State product. They have provided you with, we've provided you with petitions from customers. We have I would like to present just a few more, just to add to the record.
Thank you.
We have approximately 200 signatures from people who are much in favor of having this new type of wine available fully in a store where there is no question whether anything is organic or not. It is a small store. They'll have 50 to 75 SKUs. We provided you with a list of the distributors that they will get them from. We provided you with specific products that they will carry. The other, the Kings County wines, three storefronts away, is a liquor store, which half the store, I don't know if it's half, presumably it's a liquor store that has a high degree of liquor and a high degree of wine. And of that wine, some
clients been in that store?
Oh, absolutely. They're neighbors.
So they don't sell any organic wine in that store?
They do sell some organic wine. I believe they were in this week, and I believe, what did you say?
Out of 179, there is 6 or 9, Matt?
9 natural and 8 organic.
9 natural and 8 organic products out of approximately 170
10%
SKUs on the shelves. My client will stipulate that he will continue forever to carry only this type of product. He will not extend it to anything else. It's a hot item. People are interested in organic. You go into Whole Foods or any other new type stores that carry, excuse me, that these are the types of products that people are very much interested in purchasing.
So that's basically it. It's just going to be all organic, biodynamic, and so.
That's correct.
Okay.
It certainly will not
Right.
have an impact on the other stores.
Okay, so-
It's to serve the public convenience of having a strictly 100% organic wine.
So, Mr. Fogelman, could you excuse me for a second? May I ask people in protest. Also, can you please get up over there? Just want to ask about the. Sure. But is that correct? 9 organic, 8
I'd say
natural.
more accurate to say that about 80% of the inventory is either sustainable, organic.
Can you come to the microphone?
Yes, please come to the microphone and put your name in for the record, please.
My name is Adam Robertson with Kings County Wines. And there's not a lot of certification on wines these days because the certification process with the TTB especially makes it cumbersome to get the product into the U.S. market in a timely fashion. So we don't have a lot of things that are labeled necessarily. We have, a good handful of products, but we'd say, given the vendors that we work with, which specialize in these types of wines, about 80% of our inventory, both spirits and wine, are at least
So would you happen to know how many organic wines are kind of on the market?
How many are on the market?
In this, yes. I know it's a tough question. I don't know, you don't know. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm just
I don't
trying
have
to
a number
educate
for you, but
Okay.
there's a lot of distributors that
Sure.
specialize in these sorts of farming practices. So we work with
All
them
right.
very closely.
May I ask behind you, Ms. Elejas, is it? Do you sell organic and biodynamic wine?
So do you have just a little bit? And my area, a lot take just.
But you do sell it? You do sell a few bottles?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Okay. Mrs. Park? Mrs. Park? Do you sell organic and biodynamic wine? No? Okay, thank you. Okay.
As a point for the 80% of wines that Kings County mentioned, they mentioned that most of them were sustainable, and that would be below what we are trying to do. We are trying to only do natural and organic.
And how many brands are there in the organic natural?
There's hundreds.
Excuse
There's
me?
hundreds.
Hundreds?
There are full distributors that only deal in natural
Now, are
wines.
they just calling these organic, or is there actually a certification out there that has them as organic?
There's actually a certification, and then natural wines will refer to the natural yeasts that are used and the fact that there's minimal sulfur added to the wines, so the wines are technically still alive. And that is also easily found out by the winemakers and through the distributors.
And what about the certified organic wines? How many are there?
Those are, again, there are hundreds of those
Hundreds?
out there. I find sometimes
All right.
people have the non-certified because they come across a little bit more
Sure.
inexpensive, but
Sure.
that's, again, what
Right.
Let me just make one other point aside from what we're talking about now. Ditmas Park the population hasn't gone up substantially, but the mix of people who have come in has changed. It's become a little bit more upscale, a lot of which has to do with the new mix of restaurants that have come in, including Mr. Shakur, who's been in business on Cortelia Road for 7 or 8 years. And these, I guess I'll say, more educated people are more interested in drinking better, healthier, organic products.
My personal opinion is that the organic wine market will continue to increase, so I understand where you're coming from. To me, again, it's just an issue of location. Your applicants have a great idea, and I think it's something to pursue, but just not right here at this location, 26 feet away in the same building, especially given that we denied the Kings County Wines applicant just last year in another neighborhood location. That's nothing I've heard today convinces me to, at this time, approve this application, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. It's 26 feet. We did deny an application that was actually further than 26 feet away, which I guess led them to purchase the store they're in. So I'm going to deny it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1919 BK Liquor.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner and members of the board. My name is Howard Levine. I'm the attorney for the applicant BK Liquor Corp., who has an application for a package store at 14 Delancey Street. The applicant's principal is experienced. She held a license for several years in Nassau County, and what she seeks to do is open a store that is interactive and educational for the public, and which offers a wide variety of local wines and spirits, as well as Asian wines and spirits that cannot be found in the area. The area is not a historic area, and there's a tremendous amount of construction, as I submitted in my letter in support. There are high-rise residential, high-rise commercial structures going up all around the area, including a hotel. In fact, on Delancey Street itself, in the place where a former licensee was, a 26-story tower is going up that's going to house 14 movie screens and have a multi-level market. The population of the area has increased, and it's increasing at a rate that's faster than that of New York State. There is a subway stop that's virtually right outside the door of the applicant, and I've given you the statistics to show that it has a 9% annual increase of over 1 million riders a year. The applicant will have biweekly wine tasting and education by trained professionals. The shelves will be equipped with talkers. She's going to provide take-home talkers as a private program for the public to learn about the different varieties of wines and spirits and how to pair them with food in the comforts of their own home. She will provide written materials for customers to take as well. And offer
I'm sorry, the difference between a talker and a written materials, what is a talker?
A talker, essentially, I'll have the principal explain it if you would.
Well, talker mainly on the shelf. I'll put on all the products, but the written material is like I'll have specific products about their region and how it's made for customers to take home.
So they're both just written materials.
Right.
The applicant will also engage the public in more formal education than is offered in any store in the area.
Even her husband's store?
Yes, that's right. In fact, the applicant will have bi-weekly educational classes throughout the year, and the interactive website is also going to detail for the community exactly what's coming up so they'll know to plan accordingly. I submitted in support of the application several hundred signatures in support, and with the board's indulgence, I'd like to hand up several more pages of petitions that we've secured for several hundred more people in the area who are interested in not only local wines, but also Asian wines, and also the education that the applicant intends to provide. The store is roughly 1,100 square feet in total, including the basement, but the retail sale area is only roughly around 500 feet because there is going to be a small office in the back on the first floor.
Why did she sell the store in Nassau County?
The store in Nassau County was sold because the business was not doing as well as she would have liked. I'll let her explain that to you. There was no disciplinary action.
No, I'm not insinuating there was, but I guess my main question was, were you doing all this significant marketing at the old store?
Yes,
And
because
how did that-
the old store was on Northern Boulevard, and it was heavily there's very little foot traffic, and my store doesn't have a parking lot for a customer to park their cars, so the store did not meet my expectations.
But you were doing all these talkers and all of that?
I did.
The area on Delancey Street, as I provided with the statistics, is 80% of the population is either on foot or taking mass transit. It goes without saying that there's a tremendous amount of foot traffic in the area, and that would inure to the benefit of the store and the public,
And all the educational classes are free.
as well as delivery.
I also plan to invite wineries to come to our store.
Okay.
Would not only be trained professionals, perhaps educators in the area, but also wineries themselves. And the applicant and I were speaking, and another good idea that she had was not only to have perhaps a vineyard owner come to speak to the public, but then to arrange for the public to go out to that vineyard, to see the grape, to see the product, and to see how it goes from the vine through the distillery, through the production process, into the glass, and onto the table, as well as how to pair it properly with foods.
Well, wouldn't that be a gift and service of the retailer then steering people towards the manufacturer? Are these paid trips?
No,
These
no,
free
not at all.
Trips from the
No, not at all.
From the
Not at all.
winery?
No, not
How
at
would
all.
this work?
Essentially, what it could take shape to be is somebody from the winery would come down to the store, would explain the product, would invite people to come at their own expense to visit, to see for themselves, to feel the grape, to see the vines, to see the atmosphere.
So somebody just standing there saying, and come visit us on Long Island?
Yes, actually, just essentially offering an invitation, but not providing a service, not providing anything for free other than, a warm welcome.
Why don't we listen? I'm assuming they're all want to speak, so you can all come up.
Sir, are you?
Hi, my name is Patricia Kirkland. I am representing Wine Therapy. I was co-owner 50% for 8 years, and then
Who are you representing? I'm sorry.
Wine Therapy. I believe we're one of the closest shops to this premises. We're at 171 Elizabeth Street,
Okay.
and I'm here representing Wine Therapy. We are a 320.
Oh, JB's
Sorry.
Wine Therapy. Yeah, got it. Sorry, it says here
Sorry.
JB's Wine Therapy.
Yeah, exactly. We're 320 square foot shop. We are organic, biodynamic, and specialty wines and liquors. We got our liquor for the specialty liquors 2 years ago. As I said, we're 320 square feet. We have been there 9 years, and the area that this larger shop is applying for is a big part of our business. We do delivery over there. People come over to us. We're about 2.5 blocks from this premises.
You're 100% organic?
We're 95% specialty and organic.
What does that mean, specialty?
Specialty is we work with small production producers.
Got it.
We were one of the first shops to open. We have notes under each wine that describes the wine, where it's from.
That's what the previous applicant wants
Yeah.
to do in Brooklyn.
We have wines from the Norfolk, from the Finger Lakes, from all over. We, in the recent years, obviously Storm Sandy threw us off, but we got up. We've been held up 4 times at gunpoint, but we continue to keep going. We have had many new shops open. I think Nolita Wine, De Palos, Barry and Wine, which is a big wine shop, España, and we have Anthony's Liquors. These are all about, I would say, between 3 and 5 blocks away from us. What else do I need to say?
But basically, if a new store didn't sell organic or specialty wines and liquors, you wouldn't really be impacted.
At the end of the day, wine is, we do a specialty thing. We try and work with the smaller people, like the smaller people in Norfolk. But at the end of the day, wine is wine, liquor is liquor. And it's about that they're so close to us.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
We've rode the waves here, and we're just catching up. And then, we get thrown back, catch up. Storm Sandy came, we had to borrow money to put back in the
Understood.
business.
Thank you.
It's...
Okay. Nice.
Hi, good morning. My name is Winnie Sue. I'm the owner of Wine Collector on 101 Allen Street. I think I'm the oldest one. This store is the oldest one in this area. Maybe the third oldest one. When I took over the store 2 years ago in June, there is another liquor store open up just 2 blocks from me. And of course, it take away business. I try very hard to work and to improve the sales. But population in this area, this is a historical south of Delancey and east of Allen. It's a historical area designated. No high-rises are building up. In the last 10 years, I think there is one building on Delancey, 38 Delancey, a high-rise condo build up. But population remain the same. There's no growth, really, very slowly. Maybe weekend, because there are a lot of maybe, youngster come into the area, so we rely on heavily on the weekend, but not the weekdays. So daily, we rely on the same community people to come in. This liquor store is, like what they say, 1,100 square foot with a basement compared to my store. And around the area, I think most of the store are Papa Mama store. Okay, a husband and wife work to make a living.
May I ask you a question? So the applicant submitted a list. They went to the 4 nearest stores, and they have a very comprehensive list of the items that they will be carrying.
Yeah.
New York State wines and New York State spirits, high-end French products, wines from California, and a category called Asian product that they say that neither one of your 2 stores
No, I saw.
nor the other 2 don't have. So you probably haven't, have you looked at this list at all, or have you seen it?
No, I
Okay,
have.
so can I call out a few of these items and just tell me if you have them or not?
Okay.
Do you carry any I don't know, DR Constantine, Frank Chardonnay? No? Lucas Vineyard, Anthony Road? Anything?
Anthony Road is New York, yeah.
Yeah, do you have that?
I sold the Anthony Road Rosé.
You sell it?
Mm.
Okay, how about Duck Walk?
Duck Walk, yeah, I was considering.
You're considering,
because
but you don't have
this is
Martha
only a
Clara, Point, Bedell? No?
No,
All right, what about Hudson Rye, Brooklyn Gin?
Brooklyn Gin.
You have those? Beanball Bourbon? Yes. You do, okay. What about this Asian products, Maotai?
Yes.
Do you do Pekseju?
Pursujo,
Jinro? Chamisu? No.
Jinro, oh, well, Maltai, like.
Do you sell Opus One, Joseph
Opus
Phelps?
One?
Opus One.
Is, you cannot order.
No.
You can't order that?
You can order.
But we have
So you don't have it, right, okay.
It's not available.
Stag's Leap?
Stag leaf I have.
You have Stag's Leap? Okay.
I
All
have
right.
oak, silver oak.
Silver Oak? Okay. That's not on this list, but thank you, okay.
I have a lot of Chinese wine.
You
but
do,
my
so you have like
Chinese wine-
Ergoto? Do you sell that?
Ergoto, yeah.
Yeah, Wuliangi, yeah, you sell
Yeah,
that? Okay.
Wuliangi, yeah.
All right, thank you.
The objector on Allen Street stated that it's a historical district, and I've submitted in our letter of support documents, zoning documents showing that this is not a landmark area, this is not a historical area at all. In fact, the last permit for 101 Allen Street indicates that it is not historical or landmark. In addition, if you look at the gross sales for the Allen Street store from 13 to 14, there's a tremendous jump. The Allen Street store does not offer any education whatsoever. It has no social media presence whatsoever. The store on Elizabeth Street has represented that they serve a niche need in the desire in the community. Which
What
is-
about the other 2 stores that aren't represented here? Enoteca, Mulberry Wine Spirits?
To our knowledge, none of them offer the type of education that this applicant intends to offer. In fact, the only website that we saw is the one for wine therapy, and 12 months of its 2015 calendar indicated that there were no events whatsoever. I just want to
hold on, please.
I just want to speak to the issue of the selection of wines. The applicant has gone into these stores and did not see the products that it intends.
Well, they didn't see it, but you just heard here that there was a number of wines that I read directly from your list that you represented were not being sold at either of the 2 stores, and they actually do sell it.
Well, that's the thing. To the extent that the applicant went into the stores and looked for these products and intended to offer them to the public because they were not being offered, I don't know how much we can rely on just a statement of, yes, we do.
Well,
or
same with
relying on
you.
her
We're
statement.
relying on her statement, and so-
That's why.
Excuse me, hold on 1 second, please.
That's why when we look
Right.
at other factors, like hundreds of signatures of people looking for this type of establishment in this area, and the level of training and education that's going to be provided at this store, by an applicant who has several years of experience doing it, that's what tips the scale in favor of public convenience and advantage, together with the tremendous amount of construction
I
in
mean,
the
I do
area.
have to point out your second submission. It's, there are comments that say, he's great, great place, excellent store. Obviously, they're not referring to this store that doesn't exist, so I assume they're referring to maybe her husband's Ocean Wine and Spirits store where they got these petitions from?
No, what it is the store used to be a high-end tile store, and it is absolutely gorgeous inside. And the tenant that's leaving is leaving all of that beautifully decorated, decor stuff.
I know, but these
That's on the-
petitions aren't referring to the tile store.
No, that's.
How did you
that's-
obtain these
That's on the
signatures?
inside and the outside.
Some of the people I stood in front of the store, and some of the people were walking by, and I asked them if they would like to have another liquor store here.
Sure,
That's
some of the people, but where'd you get the rest of it?
But I also have my husband have a list in the store.
In his store, right.
If
That's
they,
all,
if they want to.
That's what they're referring
Another-
to, that's all I'm
okay,
saying.
But
Another.
for purposes of clarity, that petition was not gained signatures by people standing by her husband's store. These were signatures that were obtained by people walking up and down Delancey in between Bowery and Christie.
All I'm telling you are the comments, he's great, unless they mistook her
Another-
from
Another
She just
thing I
said that they
want
were in
to
the
say-
store. She said that they collected petitions from the store. Not all of them.
Another.
So anyway, that's not the point. The point is,
Can I say something?
yes, you may.
Okay. The Allen store, they sell Asian product, but not very much. But the Allen Street store is very far away from my store, from my location. It's not convenient for people at my location to walk to her store to get Asian product. Another thing is Asian product is not only for Asian populations in the neighborhood. A lot of the neighborhood is changing. A lot of people moving in, they've lived in Asia, they've studied in Asia, they've worked in Asia, they know Asian
I don't
product.
think the issue is that only Asian people buy Asian products. I agree
I'm
with you that it's
saying is
becoming more mainstream and popular, and so that's not the point either. I think I'm actually ready to vote at this point.
And I would just offer, perhaps a restriction that if the wine therapy store focuses on organic product, that this store would not sell any organic product.
So anyway, I
That it
just,
would also, that it would not offer any organic product, that it would not offer any mini bottles, that it would not offer any of the
Well, they're not,
lower end.
that's not the only store there. There's obviously other things we're considering, so.
all right, there are other two stores that aren't here. The way, we have 5 within 0.3 miles licenses here. 2 have been issued, including your husband's store, within the past 2 years. I just don't see adding 1,150 square feet to this particular location will add any public convenience and advantage, given that some of the wines that you listed are being currently sold when you represented that they were not. And so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. The sales don't indicate that there's a need for this. I don't, the information you want to give the consumers is great, and I understand that, but your husband's store was just granted in October of 2013, and I don't see that much that has changed in the neighborhood since then that would require another store there. So I vote to deny as well.
All right, the next 2 items I am calling out of order. It's 1868. It's Wes LLC. It is doing business as Uno Restaurant Pizzeria. 1868.
My name is Javier Doral, attorney for West LLC, and this is Saul Monk, my client, and a member of the LLC.
Hi, do we have somebody here in opposition? You said
Mayor
Hall.
Mayor Hall.
Mayor Hall is here. Please. We'll just have the opposition speak first.
This is for Fulton Avenue in Hempstead. Yep. It's the,
Is that the Latin bar?
that is the
Uno Restaurant
Restaurant
Pizzeria, 243 Fulton Avenue.
Oh, that's between, oh, okay, all right.
Used to be Coco too.
Right, okay, I got that. They wanted to have a license to.
Can you just for the record, identify yourself? I know who you are. but-
I'm Mayor Hall, the Village of Hempstead. This is Lieutenant Lonnie
Johnston.
And they wanted to have a license to sell, I think, wine, beer.
Yes,
To
just-
serve with their pizza. And we all, the Board of Trustees, all agreed. We had a resolution, and we said that they could, if they followed the rules of closing at, I think it was 11 or 12. I think it was 12 o'clock on Sunday to Thursday and 1 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. I think that's what our resolution was for.
And you'd be fine with it if that's the case?
Yes.
And
Do you recall that? Is that the hours that you recall? Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, Chairman.
And the police department's fine as well? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Because it says, you're convicted, including police.
Can you just explain to me what he wants to do here?
He's going to open up a pizzeria restaurant. I know at this location, we found out afterwards that they had a bad history. I guess it was like a bar there or something like that. But no, we're opening up a family pizzeria restaurant that's only going to be serving wine and beer only.
And he has a grocery store right now, or?
His partner does.
So who's going to be running the restaurant?
He will. He's
Okay.
the chef, right?
And you're fine with the hours that the mayor indicated? The closing hours?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Actually, we were gonna try to close a little earlier.
Even earlier.
That's
I'm
even
sure
better.
you'd be happy with that.
But he's not asking you to stipulate, so if you want to stipulate to early hours, he'll be happy with that. All right, I vote to approve with those hours.
I vote to approve as well with the hours stipulated, 12 Sunday to Thursday, 1 Friday and Saturday.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay.
All right, the next one, sorry, is 1879 Topo Petroleum, it's the 415 South Franklin.
Yeah, and these were all infractions. Hold on one second. This is, these are
Oh, got it, okay. Sorry, what was the number again?
1879.
Thank you.
So why don't we hear from the mayor and?
Yeah.
For 415 South Franklin, that is really a quality of life issue. We have noticed that there's a lot of people hanging out in the parking lots. The cops are constantly being called for disorderly conduct. They're drinking. They have incidents of marijuana smoking, shots fired. I had spoken to the new owners, and I had said to them about people hanging out in the parking lot. They said that they would work on it, but then last night I drove by where they used to hang out. They were now hanging out behind the building right next to a private house. So the problem is that it's in a residential area. The guys are hanging out, making noise. One of his co-workers tried to sell her house and took her 3 years to sell the house over there. So the problem we have in the village is that is a quality of life, and Lieutenant Johnson was on the community policing, and he can tell you more about that.
Yes, you issue a ticket for drinking, and it'll be the same person every day, so they just frequent the spot. And like he said, the person I work with, she was trying to sell a house for 3 years, but due to people hanging out behind the gas station, it took 3 years to sell that house, and the people still hanging out in the area.
We don't have any referrals for that
No, you have
address.
the referral for underage
Underage
drinking.
drinking.
We have one
Right, and
that address,
what
but
I think,
nothing else.
when they never thought that they were responsible for the marijuana hanging out on their parking lot, so they never issued a referral. But as I said, it's just a quality of life issue, and these guys, they go inside, buy the beer or whatever, and they go right outside and drink. And this is on a main thoroughfare, and it's in a residential area, and it's really a issue for us as a quality of life.
What, Lieutenant, what kind of police activity is going on there? As far as how often are you guys being called there for fights or shots or whatever?
We from 2013, we have 42 calls for help, for service over there. Aided calls, a lot of disorderly conduct. We have 2 weapons calls and shots fired.
This is all on the grounds of the station?
location.
At the location?
It's a corner location.
So people just bring alcohol there right now?
No, they buy the beer inside the store, and they go sit on the side and spend their whole day there.
I didn't find a license at that
Is
location.
there already a license? I thought this was a new license. We have here that's
I think
new.
it is a new license, but, you know, we want to.
But so which store are they buying the alcohol from? Because
The gas station.
It was previously.
There were other AX and A
Previously
licenses there.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well,
on,
now-
on that whole.
Oh, and it was
block,
put in safety.
Oh, yeah.
3 or
I
4
see.
blocks,
I see.
You got about 5 or 6 places selling the
Okay.
same thing.
Got it.
Well, they're operating. under
Okay,
a
thank you.
permit.
We'll speak.
Yeah.
So how would you,
It is-
yeah, please put your name for the record.
Neil Trevetti, 400 Jericho Turnpike, Suite 318 in Jericho, New York, for the attorney for the applicant.
Tasef Topa.
He's the principal of the applicant. It's basically a gas station with a convenience store. The landlord purchased the property about a year ago. It was an unbranded gas station, and now it's a BP, it's a BP franchise location. My client is a franchisee of BP who's been approved in May. It got converted to a BP branded gas station in May, and since he's been operating it, that location has had a beer for a long time. We didn't know there was a problem or a quality of life problem when we purchased it and we acquired it in May. Since then, and actually, to be honest with you, when I went there myself to take pictures for the beer license, I did sense the area is a little bit distressed and concerning, and I did tell him that, you need to be more careful about it. But there are plans for that location to construct a new, beautiful gas station. The landlord, who I personally know, who was my landlord when I had a gas station, who's a very a good gentleman, has plans to redevelop that property. As Mr. Mayor said, that a lot of the issues are occurring outside of the store. As far as my client could tell you a little bit more about it, what he has done in the last 2 months and what he plans to do in the future.
Since my takeover in May, we have brought in a billion-dollar corporation as BP Fuels. We have incorporated and trying to incorporate more public safety procedures. We are trying to educate the community of
How are you doing that?
We tell them when we sell them the beer, please, you have to leave the site.
Have you met with the police?
I've not personally met with the police because I have not had any major issues or incidents since my takeover of May of this year. I've had a phone call from the mayor, but other than a simple phone call from the mayor, I have not had no sit-downs, no communication whatsoever.
Either way, probably after what you've heard might make sense for you to do that.
Absolutely.
After
And we
today.
do have plans to build corridor fences behind our building. We do have plans on completely
When are those
demolish-
plans going to be completed?
Well, first we were in negotiations with our landlord. They had issued April of next year for a completely demolish of the site. So now we are still contemplating with myself and my family members on whether we should spend the money now to put a fence that's eventually going to get demolished in the next 6 months anyway.
And your store is going to get demolished?
Yes, to resurrect the new building. cleaner building.
Get a license and then put it in safekeeping during.
Yes.
Okay.
And currently, I have had no incidents. I'm
So in
sure
6 months, you'll be not operating for a while till they do the development?
maybe 3 months. We're planning on maybe 2 to 3
What do
months.
they
of
plan to
closure.
do? What are these landlord grand plans?
No, it's just same gas station with a cleaner, better looking with a canopy. Right now, there is no canopy.
There's no canopy.
It was an unbranded location. BP has some requirements and criterias. They want to increase the volume of the gas station, gasoline.
Okay. All right. Yes, please come to the podium.
I did speak to him about the people hanging out, and he said he was going to take care of it. So last night I drove by, and like I said, they were hanging out on the side, and now they're hanging out in the back. So I'm not going to here to really protest for him getting a license. I want him to really clean up the parking lot, because they go inside and get the beer and come out and they drink it. So that's what I'm looking for, and that's what we want.
They have milk crates that they pull out every day, because it's like going to a bar, because they're gonna be there, and they sit there all day.
So, I mean, these are concerns, real concerns, and, I think the fact that you are now a franchisee and you've invested the money and the landlord is going to invest and clean this place up, I think in this particular case, I'm inclined to grant you this license, but I think you have to meet on the condition that you sit down and create a plan with the police and the community and the mayor's office, and also, because if this doesn't resolve itself in 2 years, you'll be up for renewal, and we'll be here talking different circumstances, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I mean, currently, we do not get a lot of fuel customers due to the activity that's going on onto the site.
Well, that's my problem with this, and I'm sitting here knocking my brain, because the mayor could come up and ask us no, and if he asks me no, I'm going to say no.
But this is
Because right now, it sounds like you're not doing anything.
No, we are. Since I've taken over, we've cleaned up a lot of the mess.
Well, are they still hanging out there?
We get maybe less than 50% of the traffic that was before my takeover.
I mean, why aren't you hiring somebody to chase them off the property?
But I don't think that you could do that in this area without jeopardizing the safety. I mean, there's a fine line between actually telling somebody, get off my property.
Well, you just heard the lieutenant. They're pulling out milk crates and sitting there all day.
That's a concern, so we'll address that.
How?
They bring their own, actually.
All right, but how are you going to address it?
They bring their own.
Well, by having that fence, maybe putting up signs, maybe.
We've put a no trespassing sign up. I've also told a lot of the same repeat offenders that if you keep on doing this, I will have no other option but to get you arrested.
I think
that
you
is
might have to look into private security for a little bit, because I think that sends the message to the community. And
I mean, 42 calls in 2 years is a lot.
But in my time, they've had maybe one less than.
Well, that's still a lot. Since May, there shouldn't be any.
But that was a call that was not related to drinking on the site. That was a completely different call.
Okay.
And like I mentioned, I am going to install a fence, so they will not be going behind the building. And it's customers that live on the side street. These are not strangers. They are a lot
when
of
are you
them
going to
work.
build this fence by? You said you're in negotiations.
We've had a few estimates currently, and I'm waiting on 1 or 2 more estimates.
So,
in the next 30 days.
I mean, I'll approve on the condition that you sit down with the police, the mayor's office whenever requested, and you build this fence by the end of this year.
Absolutely.
I'll approve under the same conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Okay, thank you. Yep, you're good.
Thank you, Mayor.
1920A, Sherman Liquor and Wine.
Good morning, Robert Swetnick for the applicant. I don't know if there's any objection. I don't believe there is.
Just put your name on the record, please.
Eduardo Vasquez, Jr. This is basically a replacement of a liquor store that moved out probably about a year ago. That was on the exact same block.
Which one is that?
Sherman Liquors. It was a removal. Because what happened is its landlord had told, and it was a client of mine, the landlord had told the client that they would not renew the lease because he wanted to put his son into business in that location.
It wasn't at this location, correct?
Pardon me?
It wasn't
was
at-
2 doors away.
Right.
Excuse me, but on the same block.
All right, so given the circumstances, 335 square feet, I approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
Thank you.
1920B, McDougal Wine and Liquors.
And I believe you have objections on this, so do you want to hear from that first?
Yes.
Good morning, Joseph Levy.
Good morning.
Here in opposition of this application. I'll have my clients come and put their names on the record shortly, but I am here representing 3 of the 4 closest stores to this application. That would be the Wine Hut Corp., located at 213B 6th Avenue, about 1,000 feet away. Just Adventure, Inc., located at 315 Avenue of the Americas, 595 feet away. And K&S Marketing Company, located at 222 Thompson Street, the closest store, at 485 feet away.
K&S is the closest?
No, the Just Adventure is the closest.
I-
He didn't do it in order of closeness.
I didn't do it in order of
Oh,
closest,
okay.
but
I'm sorry.
222 Thompson was 485 feet away, which is
Okay.
pretty close. All 4 of the closest stores are within about 1,000 feet of the proposed application. All 4 of the closest stores are all quite modest in size, all under 1,000 square feet. I believe the biggest of the bunch is about 700 square feet. And if you look at the numbers for the 4 closest stores over the last few years, we don't see any truly significant gross sales numbers here. They're all more or less the same, maybe a marginal increase, but pretty static. No real big increases here, no big numbers here. And if you consider that, you know, your standard cost of goods sold going up and the rents in this neighborhood specifically, they're more or less flat. One of my clients, Just Adventure Inc., was just issued their license 3 years ago. And they've been operating with a very, very similar business model to what's being presented to you today. Organic, biodynamic. Additionally, I was just here before the members.
Percentage of their
40%.
40%?
Of Just Adventure. I have the exact figures. We have 40% of the store of Just Adventure is organic, biodynamic, natural, and sustainable wines, and 20% is craft spirits and local spirits. And the Wine Hut, also similar percentages, 40% dedicated specifically to the biodynamic, the organic, the good for the universe, good for people, good for all that stuff. Additionally, I was just here before the members 2 months ago seeking an approval for a package store license on the corner of Bleecker and Broadway, not far from this location, a few blocks away.
Maybe for that application, the neighborhood bid came here in opposition to your application.
That's correct.
Is the neighborhood bid also opposing this?
No, but that neighborhood bid is really further east. They're more focused like below Houston, and this is above, so they wouldn't be interested here. But that application was, again, small boutique store, same concept, biodynamic, organic, small producers, small growers, New York focused. And that application was just approved a few months ago, and they should be open within the next week or so. So that's another new one in the neighborhood.
How far is that?
It's, if you do it by Google Maps, it's I believe a little over 2,000 feet away. However, the majority of that whole stretch is the NYU campus. So if you're actually looking at blocks and storefronts and things like that, it's really not.
Who is this, Joe?
It was, I think, 639 Broadway was the address.
On Broadway by the Crate and Barrel on the end.
Broadway and Bleecker, yeah. So Bleecker being the same cross.
Landmarks.
Counsel for the applicant has provided you with a list of petition signatures substantiating public convenience and advantage. And while we do concede that 350 signatures in just 2 days is impressive, I would ask the board to really look at who signed this petition. We have at least one 20-year-old signing the petition. Why they're weighing in on a liquor store, I don't know.
How'd you figure that out? Oh, because
Because they have
wrote their ages?
the names on, and the ages on them. My stalking abilities are also incredible online. You can jump in and see everyone's stuff. Also, you have a number of people who are not from this neighborhood at all. And we have the gross majority of people being of college age. And this is right really on the NYU campus with a lot of collegiate housing. So I would really ask the authority to consider whether, they would have a hard time getting signatures from college-age kids to open a new liquor store near campus. As alluded to earlier, Just Adventure Inc., one of the closer stores, since day one has been promoting the organic, biodynamic, vegan, and natural wines. This is on all of their materials. It's proudly displayed throughout their stores, their website, everything like that. Again, 40% organic, 20% craft wine and spirits. Wine Hut, same thing, we went through those things. Is this area densely populated? Of course it is. Is there a ton of foot traffic? Of course that's true too, but there are no new developments beyond West Houston that we've found, and a huge amount of the residential housing in the neighborhood is college housing in the NYU campus. So what I would suggest to the board is that this new applicant is bringing nothing new to the table in terms of business model, products offered, feel or style of the store, and they're coming into a neighborhood that is already fairly saturated with smaller, boutique, organic, biodynamic wine stores.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sure.
I'm Bruno Hedler, representing Levy Wines and Spirits, Just Adventure.
My name is Ila Duta, and I work at 222 Thompson Street at K&S Marketing.
Hello, my name is Rafael Martinez. I work for the Wine Hut.
Thank you. Just hand up a diagram. Shows sort of the walking distance required between the stores. So although some of these are in feet, fairly close, you can't get to them unless you walk the streets. All of them are 3 or more blocks away. None of them are on the same street. I think what is, as he was stated, we picked up over 350 petition signatures in less than 2 days. This store is going to be basically for organic and biodynamic wines. That's what they want to be. It is less than 300 feet. It's a small boutique store. Although opposition stated that their stores are also selling those, we have sent representatives into those stores, and there is not a large selection of them.
Well, he indicated that Just Adventure is actually focusing on them.
If they're focusing, it's not apparent when we've sent people in. And I guess the other thing is we've hired someone, I guess it's so I say a growing area. We have someone from Angelica Kitchen, which is a vegan restaurant, specializes in this. And apparently there are a lot of wines and liquors now that are labeling themselves organic. I think what they want to do is go into the truly organic, natural things that are not going to be just somebody saying that we must be healthy, therefore we're going to call ourselves organic. So they are looking for a very, very, very small segment of the market, which is going to be the young people who are noticing the health issues, want to be conscious about this and want this. That's why they got a small store, and that's why they went into this area, because they believe there is the young market there that would desire this and cater to it. They really won't be competing with these other stores because they won't be carrying the large cross-section of wines and liquors that all the other stores have.
Today is the day to be organic.
I guess.
Yeah, today's
How-
organic
well,
day.
so
It's good for the public. A lot of organic.
Mr.
food.
Levy indicated that her business model is almost identical to Just Adventure, and you're telling us it isn't.
Not from what we've seen on the inside.
Okay.
So what is it that your client would carry that that they don't have? Maybe you can ask. Have you been in the store?
Hi, my name is Angela. Basically, the difference would be my store would be more of a friendly environment where people can come in, relaxed setting, and there'd be more interaction between the owner, myself, and the customers. And it won't be just in and out, coming to pick up a bottle of wine and just pay and leave. And I will have special sessions where more interactions, educating the customers, and that
Your
is
store
my
is going to
goal.
be 350 square feet?
Yeah,
A little bit less.
Where are you putting the people?
Well, it'll be how do I say, more a comfortable, relaxed setting. That's what I'm going for, like a boutique-y feeling.
is they want to push educate the people and push them into these.
No, I understand, but presumably there's going to be
No,
product in there as well.
It's going to be product. It's not going to be classroom sessions. It's going to be, people could try something, get educated about it, take it home, hopefully come back and learn the benefits of it.
So my question was, I think, what products are you going to carry that they don't
There's
carry?
I know you asked about products, but there's a list of organic wines and liquors.
That they don't carry, or you're just going to give me a whole bunch of lists of organic kinds? All right. I've been educated in the past two previous cases on organic one, but
All right, so therefore.
but that still doesn't answer my question.
Well, we don't know which ones they're carrying. As we went there, again, it wasn't me, someone went there and did not see a great deal of the organic wines.
They said they have 40% of 700 square feet, that's 280 square feet, about the size of your store that carries, I'm sorry, half the size of your store that carries organic wines, and that's not very helpful if you say that someone went there but they didn't take an inventory of what was there.
Was your previous store, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Was your previous store in Queens focused on organic wines?
No, it was not.
So why have you become suddenly interested in organic?
It's not something sudden. It's a passion that I've always had, and I believe in eating healthy, going organic, natural. That's like my motto, and it's something I always was researching. I did a lot of research, and Manhattan is the area I ultimately wanted to have a business.
The marketplace in Flushing, Queens was not for organic wines.
Yeah.
And why aren't you committed? I think I saw somewhere, well, maybe it wasn't this applicant. You're going to do 100% organic wine?
We didn't initially say we'll do it. If you insist upon it, they'll be happy to. What they thought is that they would have to have a few brands of something else that when someone came in, and if they were going to get totally turned off by organic, at least have something else to buy. So there would be a scotch, a vodka, or one or two other wines. It was going to be something that they were going to, the goal was to be 100%. If you insist upon it being 100% from the beginning, they could do that. But they feel there aren't enough people who are that familiar with organic wines that someone may be coming, going to a party.
Well, and that's the problem, what you just said, because if somebody nearby is doing 40% and a brand-new license was just issued on Broadway and Bleecker that does organic, and then you're saying there isn't as much of a market for organic yet, and then you're here saying this would be advantageous to the public to have
What we're saying is we were going to start off with a large percentage, but that if one of us walked in, we may not be desirous of getting an organic vodka, so we may want something else if we're going to a party, so therefore there'd be a few items someone could choose.
So if you find that it's not selling and your client suddenly a year from now wants to sell Yellowtail, what are you going to do?
Compared to what else? What do you mean?
If these organic wines that you're saying you'll do 100% organic wines, and your client finds a year from now that she's not making a profit and now wants to sell Yellowtail and everything else that's being sold.
I don't care if you put a restriction in that it says it has to be 100%. That's our goal.
It's 4/10 of a mile.
4/10 of a mile
On driving,
on driving.
7/10 of a mile.
On a walk. All right.
4/10 of a mile.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's, again, as I said before, the organic wine market is increasing, but this particular neighborhood seems to be serviced well enough as the population exists today. And with the new opening on Bleecker and Broadway, which is about 0.4 miles, you said?
Yeah, and can I also, I'm sorry, can I just
Sure.
add for the record, it was approved subject to 80% of the total inventory being wine, 30 to 40 to be organic wine. So
Okay, and how big is that space?
that is, yeah.
So as you look that up, but I think,
But that's quite a distance away.
well, but I think the Just Adventure has a similar model, and, you know, you weren't able to distinguish any product mix. You gave me a list of all organic wines on the internet that you could find, and that doesn't distinguish this particular store in the product mix that they're going to carry that's going to be different from the other organic wines that are currently offered. And so for
I think with the product mix, the problem is that there are new ones entering the market all the time. So I
Sure,
don't know if you can
and
say that this is.
for those reasons, I vote to deny.
580 square feet.
580?
I vote to deny as well. As we just As Commissioner Kim just mentioned, there's a store that was just licensed that is 0.4 miles away, and then there was another store licensed in 2012 that's 0.1 to 0.3 miles away. And the four closest stores actually surround the proposed premises, so.
You're always going to get that.
No, I understand that, and maybe the idea is then to go try to buy a store rather than to open one, because it's clear to me that this neighborhood hasn't changed, and I just don't see the public advantage or convenience in opening another store here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1897 Smithtown Liquors.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner Kim, and staff. John Springer appearing with the applicant, Jody Kaur. Also with me is her husband, Raj. Right?
My name is Raj Kumar.
I believe there was some protest filed. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a number of people here, so we'll hear from them first, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Benedict Gullo, 492 East Meadow Avenue, East Meadow. If the board please, I represent three of the closest liquor stores: Wisconsin Liquor Corp., Aquavita Wines and Liquors, and Liquor Busters of Smithtown. I indicate to the board that my clients understand that in order to be successful entrepreneurs, that they have to compete. However, a congested competition for the same population of customers does not promote public
Sir,
convenience.
if you're going to read from your letter, we have it in front of you, and so you can just
Okay.
make your points, please.
Yes. The salient points are as follows, Commissioner Kim. Aquavita Liquors has no gross sales for 2011, 12, 13, and 14. From March of this year up until the present time, their gross sales are approximately $80,000. With 4 months left in 2015, it's clear that this business is not going to be profitable. The applicant is approximately 0.6 of a mile from Aquavita, and since I wrote the letter, Aquavita has received a letter from Mr. Sender that there is another liquor store whose application is going to be pending, PK Wines and Liquors, INC, 578 Veterans Memorial Highway in Hauppauge. So here you have a brand-new liquor store with an applicant coming in, and right around the corner, there's another liquor store, another applicant.
Are you talking about the applicant that's in front of us or another application?
I'm talking about both, Judge. I'm talking about Smithtown Liquors, which is the applicant in front of you.
Yeah, well, let's just stick to them. The other applicant is not before us right now, and we can't tell people not to apply, so.
And we actually have you at 0.3 miles as opposed to 0.6 miles, so you're actually closer in our records.
Okay, then I made a mistake, and I apologize for that mistake. The population of Smithtown remains constant. There's no new multi-family housing or apartments coming in. There's no industrial area that will cause an increase in population. And a recent survey indicates there's approximately 36 liquor stores in this geographic area.
What geographic area? In Smithtown, there's 36 liquor stores?
It's Smithtown, Wisconsin, parts of Hauppauge. That's the geographic area I'm referring to. I also bring to the board's attention that there was a denial of a liquor license at 295 Smithtown Boulevard in Wisconsin, which is right next to one of the protesters this morning, which is Wisconsin Liquor, 260 Smithtown Boulevard. We believe that that application was denied because insufficient population and congestion.
When was that denied?
When was that denied?
Last year.
Last year? Okay.
I have with me some of the principals of my
They
clients.
can put their names on the record, please.
My name is Shyam Mehta. I'm the owner of the Smithtown Liquor Buster, 167 Smithtown Boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
And there is not much development in that area, and sales are between past 3-4 years. If you compare it, it is more or less flat sales. So I don't see there any development. Without any development, there's any scope for in the liquor store.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Rajesh Kapoor. I'm a representative with the Sandy's Wine and Liquor from the Smithtown Bypass, Smithtown. And our growth sale is not good at all. We are not doing very good. And
Which one are you from? What's your address?
550 Smithtown Bypass.
Okay.
And our growth sale is very slow. I mean, it's been very, very slow. We are hardly paying bills, you know. It's too slow.
Thank you.
Ingvar Haglo from Wisconsin Liquors, and I would just like to comment that the two most recent stores that opened are not doing very well.
Which two are those?
The one, the Sandy's Liquors, and then there's the other one on Smithtown Bypass.
What? Sandy's Liquors?
Yeah, this guy is not doing
When
very
did
well.
when did Sandy's Liquor open? 3 years ago.
And there was one that opened like 5 months ago that's not doing very well.
That's Grace, that's on 67 Route 11?
111?
It's, yeah. Aquavita.
Well, there's Aquavita, and we also issued a license. I guess there was a store already there, Grace Adventure.
Yeah, but that license has been out for like 2 years or something.
Okay.
So this one's reissued, and he's not doing very well, as I can tell. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
What's he saying?
Hi, my name is Manhui Kong.
Both of them are reissues, I guess, so they're not new.
They're not new. It's just a new license.
They've both
went in.
been there.
They bought the business.
Oh, so that changed.
My name is Manhui Kong, the owner of Grace Adventure Inn, which I took over the store in late April this year, and the store is not doing good, and I think I'm not giving a chance to succeed if another store come in such short time. So thank you.
Did we get figures for Figari's liquor store? It says no response for the instant
Didn't as
application.
of the date of this.
Gross sales of
document.
1.8 million.
You might have gotten them that late.
Who is Harvinder Singh? That's where the money came from for this. It says loan from family friend.
Yes, he's my dad's best friend.
Does he have a store, liquor store?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Let me talk about these other stores before I talk about public convenience and advantage. Aquavita is not 0.6 of a mile away. It's 1.8 miles away.
1.8 miles away?
Yes.
We have 0.3 miles away.
That's not correct.
Google Drive and directions is what we use.
Bing, right?
We use Google now.
We've switched, we've modernized.
I stand by 1.8 miles. Wisconsin Highway, it's in Hauppauge. It's not Smithtown that they're in. They're in Hauppauge. 597 Wisconsin Highway, also known as Smithtown Bypass. It's
Well, they said they're 0.6 miles away. We have 0.3 miles away, and you're saying they're 1.8 miles away. That's a big discrepancy.
Yes.
So who's the closest store from
The closest
where you
store is Wine and Liquor Busters, Smithtown.
And how
It's
far do you have that away?
1 mile away.
Yeah,
It does 1.3 million a year in gross sales, which has increased every year since 2011. They did not list their square footage on their form, but I believe it's comparably in size. Figari's Liquor, the second closest store, is 1.5 miles away. It has gross sales of 1.8 million. The third closest, Smithtown Wines, is on Route 111. It's 1.7 miles away. It's on the opposite side of its Wisconsin Highway. It's nowhere near a location. This application is distinguishable from all the other ones that you disapproved today. They were all 200 feet, 25 feet, 480 feet.
They were in Manhattan.
This is Central Suffolk. This is a good population, and I'll talk about the
This is all driving community, though.
And I'll talk, that's right, but these are still good distances, based on, my experience with this board in Suffolk County.
I'm going to interrupt 1 second, Mr. Springer. So this Aquavita, it's 0.3 miles walking, it's 0.7 driving.
0.3 miles walking, 0.7 miles driving.
And did you,
0.7 driving or 1.7?
0.7.
Okay,
So
well,
it's 0.3 walking.
I'll have to take that advisement because I have to double check it, but,
Oh, yeah, I can show you right here. You don't have to double check me.
Can I check?
Yeah.
You'd agree that's kind of close, Mr. Springer, at 0.3? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying we're not going to approve it based on that, but it's a factor.
And now we don't.
There's a subdivision between, of course, they're up on the highway. Cherry Road is a major artery where a lot of people coming from Long Island Expressway going to points north in Smithtown and to Wisconsin Highway. The point is what we believe to be the two closest stores have good sales.
They have increased, but not significantly.
Well, they're still well over $1 million. The
Well-
two stores that, that's a healthy, bet. The applicant's a mature age and has held responsible positions in a hospital and a bank. She's giving up her job to manage the store full-time. She'll have one employee to cover her days off and to help with home delivery. The store has 1,540 square feet. About a third of that is for storage and staff, so 2/3 is for retail space. There's no basement. They have ample off-street parking for 40 cars, and there'll be at least 5 spaces dedicated for the liquor store's customers. A new medical office is being built in the area. There's other stores in close proximity that would make this location convenient. The population, as I mentioned, there was a 3.7% increase in population in the area between the 2000 and 2010 census. An additional 1.5% increase is projected by 2020. The number of households in proximity has been increasing as well, rising from 21,000 to 27,000 in 20 years. It's an affluent area. The average family income is $134,000, and 75% of people living in the area are over 21 years of age. This is a good location. I think we have a well-qualified applicant. I think the distances are very consistent. I've been, working here, doing this, 6 years full-time now. I've done a lot of applications in Suffolk County where I'm from. I believe they found it, even with the 0.7 miles versus 1.7 miles, the stores are well spread out. The closest store on the same street has very high sales, and I think the public convenience and advantage would be served.
Mr. Springer, on the application, you indicate that they will engage in internet sales, but then you didn't describe it. You just said the website will promote the store's location, product, and phone number. So can you describe the internet sales that are intended?
They haven't worked that out yet. That's an operational thing that would come along later, but obviously anything they would do would be.
Legally compliant?
Yes, legally compliant. That's a good phrase. I know the board's been changing a little bit. Like I said, I've been doing this a long time. This is very consistent. All of these other stores had, when they took over, had a store about a mile away.
Is there anything different in the product mix?
They're working that out. I'm not going to sit here and print out a bunch of organic wines off the internet. I never do that. They're going to find out what the market needs. They're going to start out very standard. And, they're about research and marketing, and they're going to follow the trends. They're aware of the explosion in new craft distilleries and breweries, well, not breweries, but just craft distilleries and wineries in New York. And they're going to jump aboard that trend and sort of fulfill the mission that the governor's laid out for economic development, and they're very excited about that. And, they're not going to simply mirror what everybody else is doing. Obviously, they're going to start with a similar product line, because obviously what's popular is what sells. That's why a lot of the stores have the same products. But they're going to branch out and do their own thing. They're going to.
EK Wines is, yeah, it's pending.
They're looking for a house out here. They're moving out here. We looked at a lot of locations. There's heavy traffic on Terry Road.
So, last year we just disapproved at 265 Smithtown, and that's right in this region, or I'm sorry, 295 Smithtown Boulevard. I don't think
they were close.
Enough has changed in the past year. There is a slight increase in population, and if that trend continues, maybe it'll warrant another one. But at this time, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. based on that factor and also based on the fact that there are two new they're not new licenses, but they're new owners, Aqua Vitae and Grace Aventurine, and neither one of them seems to be doing gangbusters business, and they're both very close. There's 5 liquor stores within 2 miles of this location, so I vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1890 Albany Manor.
Morning, Martin Mailer, Mail of Buscemi. This is, I was looking at the calendar and I noticed that my client was on it, and then I went to the agenda sheet and I noticed there was a default. And, but on the agenda sheet, it indicated what the charges were, and I found them very strange, in that I know this client has a cabaret license, so I don't understand how those charges even came into being in the first place. I wrote a letter that I sent to the Secretary's office, which shows the cabaret license. And then this morning, I asked to see the notice of pleading, and now I know why my client never got the notice.
The client in this case died.
That's exactly right. We had
You
this
and I
big-
thought about this, that the
That's-
other people are availing. And I had a-
Nobody's availing anything. We had this discussion. I filed and was approved for a change in that the executor is now in charge of the place. You knew that, yet your office decided to send out a notice to Earl Crookendale, who died in December. So I would ask, number one, the charges have no
But they sent it to the
validity.
location,
Again,
and the location has been operating the whole time this man has been dead.
that's correct, and that was noted to the authority. The authority understood
When?
that. Sorry.
When was it told to the authority?
In December of 2015.
And
This
who's running it?
I mean, 2014. Right now, the paperwork had been completed. What I tried to explain to counsel was that the surrogate's court does not issue letters.
No, who's running it now?
The executor, who was approved by the New York State Liquor Authority, Monica Jones.
She was approved.
She was approved.
After a long time
Well, after
of not being approved.
Commissioner Kim was here. We had this discussion. You
Yes.
even agreed at the time that that's not an issue. So I don't know why that's being dredged up. All I'm saying is that it was sent to a dead man. He wasn't going to answer it.
Right, but it was
You
sent
knew
to
that
the
he was a dead.
licensed premise. It was sent to the licensed premise where the executor's been running the place the whole time.
I asked the executor, I asked the people running, they did not get it. Now, again, I can show you, I've shown you, that at least 2 of the charges have no validity.
Well,
They don't-
this was, so I have whether they have validity or not, I have a problem. It was sent certified mail. I'm assuming return receipt requested?
Those certified mails all have the little
So did
green
we get the
tabs.
return?
Let me pull it up, I'll tell you.
And how do we get with the unlicensed cabaret? They do have a cabaret license.
Right. And with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, it's a two-element process. You have to send a notice to the premises, and you also have to send a notice to the licensee.
I understand that, but the licensee is dead, was dead at the time. So where do you want us to send that?
To the
I'm
to the
more
executive.
interested in whether the business got notice. If they got the effective notice, as far as I'm concerned, then I'm going to sustain what happened here.
Well, nothing's been
I
sustained.
see that there's a returned mail envelope, but my document
It says
screen's
return to
not opening
sender,
it.
unclaimed, unable to forward.
So I don't know that it ever got there. I know that my client never received it. I also know, because I've had this client for over 20 years, if they get any notice from the New York State Liquor Authority, they send it to me immediately. We have had our battles in the past. We've gone to hearings. We've never defaulted on anything. And I would tell you that especially that counsel's office knew this man was dead and sent it to a dead man. That makes no sense.
Hold on one second.
Just to clarify the certified mailing, initially went out for delivery and then notice was left, and it's notated on the Postal Service website, no authorized recipient available, and then it went unclaimed.
Okay, my
So what do you
client-
want? What are you asking us to do here?
To allow this to be reopened, allow me to plead not guilty of the charges, and let's go forward.
Wants to send it back to counsel's office.
Can we dismiss the cabaret issue?
Yeah, what do we, are you familiar with this or no,
All we're
Jack?
dealing
With
with
the
is
cabaret charges, no. This was a place that the big issues was the open after hours, and we went to hearing on that, and Commissioner Kim would remember that case because it
Right.
was the issue where the police summoned said they were drinking an alcoholic beverage,
Right.
but didn't say exactly
Right.
Bud Light, so
that-
the case
Well,
was
that's not one of
dismissed.
these charges.
Exactly.
No, that's-
So what,
So for
so
this-
you had the cabaret license?
Yeah.
Let me see this.
Yeah.
Secretary had it.
I sent it to you. Do you want another copy?
It went
Oh,
through
she's
email.
got it.
It went through email there.
It's really the blocked exit for this particular.
But I don't even know what that's about. If you would send it back, maybe I would suggest.
It's probably easier for you to just send it back. and
Yeah,
have
we'll
it
send it
resolved.
back and
All right,
we'll,
fine.
and reopen it.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
I mean, is it possible the police just didn't ask for the cabaret license? It's a police action, it's not us.
I know it's police, but I have no idea.
Blocked exit.
But they didn't even ask for the license, is that possible? They go in there and just start writing the guy up?
I know the place is a problem for the precinct, and we
They may
keep
not have
losing at
asked.
our hearings here.
Are you ready?
Allowing dead person.
Save council some time, that's all I'm trying to. Yes, we're.
Good, thank you. 1914 Sunrise Wine and Spirits.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Ms. Zhang. This is a new retail liquor store license application for Sunrise Wine and Spirits, which is located at 40 Carmen's Road in Massapequa, right at the entrance of the Westfield Sunrise Shopping Mall. As you may know, the Westfield Sunrise Shopping Mall in Massapequa is an extremely large mall shopping center. It's comprised of over 100 stores. This store is located right at the entrance. There's on-site parking. The parking is the Westfield Sunrise Mall shopping mall parking itself. This is a store which is 3,000 square feet,
Mr.
approximately.
Buscemi, can you hold on 1 second, please?
Yeah.
Do we have any protesters here? Because we did receive protests, no?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Can we hear from them first, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Hi, come on
Come
up,
on up,
please.
please.
All of you can come on up.
Hi, I'm Alice B., representing the
Can you
stores.
speak a little
with
closer?
Okay. I'm Alice B., representing the Dragonfly New York Inc., which is located at 500 Sunrise Highway, Massapequa, New York. Our point is that the store we run the search within the 1.7 miles. There is already 12 existing liquor stores in the area. And the new applicant, there is the nearest one to our store, which is 0.0 miles from our store, which is like within 5 miles, within 5 minutes by driving. It's too close for a store. And our store is open for about 3 years already, and business is not that good. And there is as we know that there is 4 new package store added to the area in last 3 years since we opened. According to our searches, the local population does not increase to justify the increase of the little store. So if the liquor store keeps booming in this community, the result will be like this retail price if the alcoholic were going down to the bottom. And the user will be lose to consume more. The most importantly is the DWI incident will happen surely. So that increase the new competition in our area. Please consider our request to deny this application.
Thank you. Do you want to just put your name on the record?
My name is Q Cheng.
My name is Lee. I work for the discount liquor store.
Okay. You work for the same store? Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Buscemi, thank you.
Okay, where did I leave? The applicant wants to key in on Long Island wines. I started to say, first of all, about 2,000 square feet of the store will be selling area, and approximately 1,000 square feet of the store would be storage area. The applicant intends on, as I said, we think that a large selection of at least 100 SKUs of Long Island wines. We've got approximately 45 vineyards on Long Island now, 45 to 48 vineyards on Long Island. So the applicant intends on carrying 100 to 150 SKUs of Long Island wines alone. Customers would have access to in-store computer kiosk, which will provide the product list as well as tasting profiles and reviews of the products that are carried at the store. The applicant intends on having wine glass decanters for sale to the consumers with gift basket arrangements made on premises. The customers would have, as I said, on-site parking. There are hundreds and hundreds of parking spaces at the Sunrise Mall, and there would be a carry-out service for customers to their cars. A loyalty customer point program would be instituted where customers can accumulate points for the purchases that are made at the store. Within a 2-mile radius of the store, you have almost 79,000 people. The population has grown since 2010, and over the next 5 years, the population is projected to continue to grow. You've got almost 26,000 households with the median income of $99,000. Median age in the area is 40 years of age. Concerning the 4 closest liquor stores, each one of those stores is located in a shopping center.
Well, is she correct that there's 12 liquor stores within 1.7 mile radius?
I don't
of her
see-
store, of which you're falling in that 1.7 miles.
I have the closest store is Dragonfly, New York, at 5500 Sunrise, and that's...
And I'm saying a 1.7 mile radius around that store, there seems to be 12 liquor stores.
Well, I'm going on closest driving distances, what we use, so I don't believe that would be accurate. Again, Dragonfly...
Have you seen the map that she gave?
Yeah, and I don't think that's driving distances, because I've done driving distances on the 4 closest stores, and the 4th, I have my distances, the closest being almost a mile, 9/10 of a mile, and here's my map.
No, I'm not questioning the 4 closest. I'm just saying within that circle, there's 12 liquor stores.
And again, that's not driving distances if you're using driving.
Oh, but that's your 79,000 people is within that circle, and that's 12 liquor stores.
Within my 79,000 people, yeah. So I have Broadville at 701 North Broadway in Amityville is 1.75 miles away. The Dragonfly, which is the closest store, at 9/10, almost 1 mile away. Again, each in their own shopping center. And Dragonfly, the closest store, is doing almost $1.5 million, over $1,400,000. M&B New York Liquor Corp., which is 1.3 miles away, at 940 Carmen's Road, again in its own shopping center. And those stores 2 and 3 on my list would be Chablis and Dragonfly, are south of Sunrise Highway. We're north of Sunrise Highway. As you can see, again, just to give you an idea of
Yeah, I have that.
No, we have that.
I'm actually looking at it.
The difference, Mr. Chairman, is the store number 4 on my initial map should be deleted. That doesn't exist.
Well, that was my question. Your store number 4.
Replaced by store 5, which would, it's replaced by Broadville Liquor, Inc., which is even further away.
What's store 4?
Store 4 was Three Guys Liquor.
And that's my question.
Yes,
Is
after
that
the-
closed, Kerry, or?
Hold on.
After the application was filed, I was advised that that closed.
We sent an abandoned premises letter out.
Yeah.
Then, and just in the end of July, we received an endorsement application from them, so.
We had just licensed
In
them.
the protest, one of the stores indicated that that store had closed.
Yeah,
We
did
didn't
look
get,
at
and
that.
we didn't get sales information
Yeah,
from
and
them.
we had sent an abandoned premises letter to them, and then we took that hold off, so
So,
we must have heard back from
I
them.
I don't know what's going on there, but if you take that store out, which was 9/10 of a mile, and you bring in the next closest, which would be Broadville Liquor, Inc., that's 1.75 miles.
Is Broadville also in a mall?
They're all in shopping centers.
Broadville, too?
Yes.
You said the 4 closest were
I
in shopping
checked.
centers, and you took out...
Yeah,
I see, that includes Broadville, okay.
correct. So including Broadville, which is 1.75, all of them are in their own shopping centers. I believe that this store, it's in, as I said, the Sunrise Shopping Mall, which is a huge mall of big box, all big box stores. And I think the method of operation and the services that would be provided by this applicant would, benefit public convenience and advantage, along with a tremendous amount of Long Island wines, which the applicant will devote a specific area of the store to. And you're talking about
Can I-
well over
can I-
100 SKUs.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, please? Ms. Chen, or whoever? You guys can all come up. Whoever can answer this question. So this map you submitted, it said within 1.7 mile radius, there's 12 liquor stores. That's what you put, right? This is from you? And I look at the left, and the top 4 seem to be liquor stores. Well, number 3 is a beer beverage distributor, so they're licensed, but they're not a packaged liquor store. Number 5 is also County Line Farms, is a grocery store. So do you have any more additional accurate information about how many liquor package stores there are within this 1.7 mile radius? Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Because not all of the ones that you showed me here, the 12, these are not all liquor stores. In fact, 2 out of the 3 that I just mentioned are not liquor stores. So they're not competing.
Yeah, I just Google search that.
Right, okay. So you don't have any other information, right?
No.
Okay.
Do you know if Three Guys is open or not?
Yes.
It is open?
Yes.
It is open?
They opened last year.
No, they open now, today?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
They had filed.
Yeah, they opened.
Enforcement, we had made repeated calls for gross sales letters.
But somebody
we
picks up
finally
the
got
phone?
through.
Oh, we did? Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, and you're in a mall too?
Yes.
So then everybody around you that you know of is in a mall?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I'm ready.
So we have issued in the past 3.5 years, or 3 years, 3 licenses right in that area. But they all seem to be in shopping malls, and this proposed one is also going to be in a shopping mall. The sales seem strong except for the Three Guys Liquor and the closest 2 out of the 3 stores. So I'm inclined to approve this application. I vote to approve the application.
I'll approve as well, based on, that's why I was asking about the 1.7, because 1.7 mile map, because north of your location, there does not appear to be stores.
Correct, right.
And you are north of Sunrise Highway,
Yeah.
so I'll approve it as well, based on the location.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
1917 Five Spot Soul Food.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerome Sussman. I represent the licensee here. There's a couple of statements I can make. Premises have been licensed to this licensee since 1999. I represented them when they got the license. They had in '09, if I'm not mistaken, a violation that they paid $1,000 for. There have been no violations since this particular situation. Charge number one is a failure to post a sign where the maximum penalty is $100. So my letter states.
Right, it's
why
really
I don't
charge
believe-
three, right? The local
Yeah.
regulation violation.
Number two has not been sustained by the ALJ. Number three had to do with dancing. There was divergent testimony, and as I said in my controversion, the judge made her decision. I am not going to argue that at this
All right,
point.
so I will dismiss charge 2, sustain 1 and 3, and impose, based on their long history, fairly clean history since '99, I'll just do 1,000.
I'll agree with that. $1,000.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Me too.
1866 Evergreen Muffet 1.
Good afternoon, Ravi Sharma.
Good afternoon.
Represent the applicant.
Do we have protesters here? We have community objection submitted, right? No? Okay.
You've seen my letter?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have much more to add to that. This is not a 500-foot rule issue. My clients cooperated with the community board to the greatest extent possible. You can see from the signatures that there is plenty of support for the application. I don't think there's any good cause here to deny the application. I'd ask that you approve.
The only question I had is the application indicates food's available till 2 a.m. Is that when they're closing?
Food would be available during all hours, but I think they have a more extensive kitchen that would then not have as much food available after 2 a.m.
Okay.
So no fried cauliflower after 2.
Something like that.
All of them?
But there will be, obviously, at all open hours, there has to
Each
be
one of
food
them?
available at any OP premises.
Okay.
Regardless of if it's.
So the hours will be till 4?
Yes.
Are there any security measures that your client's taking to make sure there's no noise outside?
Corey Noble.
Let me just make sure I'm not missing something.
Oh, well, she said to make sure there's not sound.
Security
Yeah,
measures.
we have, manager will be on site at all times. I will be the manager, and then we have 2 other partners that will be managing as well to make sure that people are not also along Moffett Street, which is the more residential, and then Evergreen is the busier area.
Right, so what are your particular measures that you're doing outside to make sure people aren't congregating or smoking outside?
Sure. Yeah, we're putting up on Moffett Street, we're actually putting in planters and trees and going to chain that off so they can't stand out in front of Moffett Street. And they can only be on the Evergreen side, which is where the business is, and there are no residences close by.
What about Stephen Wild?
He's just checking on something.
I'm just checking on something because something you had put into the application.
How many bars do you guys, how many are you involved in now? I guess you're 2 partners?
Yeah, this is the president. The president has not been licensed before. The vice president, Mr. Rabinowitz, has 4 other licensed locations. He's had at least 3 others, perhaps 4 others, that he's no longer affiliated with, and.
So you have 3, you're involved in 3 others?
4 others.
Oh, right now, okay.
Yeah. Yes. And 3 in the past.
And they're all in the New York City area?
Yes, they're all in Brooklyn and Manhattan.
I do want to say I've had no problems with neighbors in the past, and even in the beginning, when time to time neighbors have thought that there might be a problem, over the years, they've all come forward and said, "What, you do a great job. You kept your promise. You took care of business, and you never caused any problems," which is how I run my business.
And you don't seem to have had any issues with us either, so.
Yeah,
Glad to hear that.
I'm sorry. You're no, wait.
This is Jacob Rabinowitz.
Jacob Rabinowitz. Stephen Weeb, is it pronounced?
Steve Weeb, yes.
Weeb,
he's
is
not
he here? He's
No,
not here. No, he had just answered yes on the questionnaire as to.
I'm just going to pull up his questionnaire so that I can.
Sure.
You're talking.
On the conviction question at the end, and we just didn't have anything on file, the certificate of disposition or
I didn't get anything from the DCJS.
DCJS.
Then that must be an error. Mr. Weeb is on a number of other licenses as well, and I don't recall, and I've actually applied for some of those licenses recently, and I don't recall Mr. Weeb having a history to explain. So I think that must be a clerical error, and I apologize for that, but I'll double check.
Well, I'm going to bring up his,
Yeah, he definitely said
He
yes.
said yes twice.
Okay,
so
so-
probably not just a typo.
You said yes twice on.
Meaning he answered 6B and 6C yes. If he had just
he is on a bunch of other licenses.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's true, he's been previously approved by this authority on a number of licenses.
I just want to know what
Yeah,
it
I
is.
checked.
That's my only real issue here because you guys
What surprises me is normally because he wouldn't have been fingerprinted because he's already licensed.
oh, is that what happens?
You want them to go find out? We'll just second call.
Right. Could you just find out and we'll second call you?
Yeah, sure,
That's
no
really
problem.
my only
Yeah,
issue
okay,
here
that's
because
fine.
the history's been good and so.
All right, give us a
Thank you.
second, we'll confirm. Thank you.
Yeah, recall.
1893, La Linda Wines and Liquors.
Alrighty. Protests.
That's what I'm looking for now.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Kim, Deputy Commissioner and Secretary and Council. My name is Gene Anton. I represent the applicant La Linda. I have Mr. Candelaria Espinal with us, the principal, and his daughter Stacy Rolon, who's going to help just with interpretation a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I see we have people in protest, so we'll hear from them first.
Good morning. I am Quinn Lim, representative, appearing
They can all
for-
come up too. You might as well just all come up, please.
Yes, I am Representative Quinn Lim, appearing for New Far East Liquor and Junfu Liquor. We're here to protest for La Linda Wine and Liquor. Now, in this neighborhood, the proposed location is located in the neighborhood mostly consists of double-story single-family home and some few small apartments. Located, two liquor store already located 3 blocks east on Rockaway Avenue and 5 blocks away on East 98th Street. There's no new development, there's no high-rise building, and there's no significant population growth, no foreseeable population growth either. And also, I'd like to point out that in the application, the applicant has failed to indicate that there are 3 places of worship within 300 feet. I submitted a block plot diagram to the Secretary's office last week.
But
They're
they
close.
wouldn't be required to indicate if it's within 300 feet. The question is within 200 feet.
I believe there's one located 107 feet away.
That they would be required.
Yeah,
to
it's a Church of Living God located 876 Thomas South Borden Street.
I'm sorry, 876 what?
876 Thomas South Borden Street. I submitted a block plot diagram last week. I have a copy if you.
May I see it?
Sure.
It's in those attachments. Thank you.
Well, not good history either. It's not good history.
I'm showing them as 2.3 miles driving from Church of the Living God.
2.3 miles driving?
Yeah.
Must be a long block.
No, I'm getting it at .02 miles on MapQuest directions.
Google's not showing it.
It's right across Newport Street.
It's weird.
It's actually located just a short distance away.
Yeah.
It's in the intersection of Newport Street and Thomas South Borden Street.
Do you know if that's exclusively used as a house of worship?
I believe for the Church of Living God, it's a two-story. The first story, it's exclusively used by the church, and then there's a separate entrance that goes up to the residential apartment, second floor.
We'll have to send somebody out.
Yeah, we'll have to send somebody out for that. What do we do?
Do you need this back?
No, that's for your copy.
Barry, I'll have to hold it over.
Hold it over. Yeah, I think because, there's a 176-foot issue.
No, but that is only a guide. You really do need to visit the area.
More than 20 feet away.
All right, well, we'll check it. We'll check.
It's showing 0.2 miles, that itself is.
I personally visited the area. It's right across the street.
Better for us to check it.
It is
You mean, is it the building with the big cross hanging from the side?
I also submitted a photo. That one is actually
Could be on the same street.
This building?
We have to put it over anyway. We have to put it over anyway.
Yeah.
Put it over anyway. All right. Well, we have to put it over anyway to send somebody out to look
Okay.
at it.
All right, thank you.
It's 200 foot.
9-1, is that good for you?
But I did the,
9-1, is that good?
that showed it.
No.
What's the next one?
Across the street.
Jackie?
And that'll be September 9th.
September 9.
Okay, thank you.
876.
Oh, and I send you a
Thomas.
copy of their protest papers. I'll send you a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll hunt you down. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you just say no?
He did.
We're going to take a short 5-minute recess. Thank you. We're going to recall 1866 Evergreen.
I looked and we applied in Balcony Cafe a year or two ago. In that application, I indicated that Mr. Weed had been previously approved in his application to Amsterdam Ale House.
And I did also look through our compliance record and found that there was an arrest, but it was reduced to a violation.
So when he answered yes to both questions, I think we believe that was accurate. Correct? He said yes.
Yeah, no, it was good. It is accurate, and I'm fine with it. So, you have any other questions? I vote to approve.
I vote to approve.
Good luck.
You can request it, but I have to look at it.
1871 Galaxy Bar and Grill.
I don't know what I did with my copy.
I'm Jared Cooper, on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with the principal, Mr. Carmen Abuzi.
Is the applicant here? Oh, okay.
And, I sent a letter last week addressing some of the issues we're dealing with the community board and the situation with supervision and management. And I believe that the application which we submitted deals with those issues.
I have to return for buried measure. It's this one.
And also, I gave a letter from a council member in support of the application, Council Member Mathuis Eugene from the 40th District in Brooklyn.
Was he aware that the community board has problems with this?
I think he is, yes. I'm not sure what the problems were on this application. The previous applications that the applicant submitted, unfortunately, were done by someone who had not actually abide by the requirements of the liquor authority, namely with adhering to the ability of dealing with the community board requirements. And then the second time we submitted the application, we didn't deal with the issues which were initially raised in the initial application.
Well, I think the community board's issues are that at this location, it seems like the license has been revoked twice. I mean, it's a problem location.
Right. No, it's a problem location, and initially when I got involved with this application, I explained to Mr. Zoo that there was it wasn't.
Here, I'll check to see if we got something.
Previously, the location had been a nightclub that was operating, I believe, at night until the wee hours of the morning, and it attracted a crowd. I was maxing the capacity out of 375 people, and that's where the issues have come from. And during the process of this application, I actually reached out to the local precinct to ask about the location, and they essentially said that the issues were that it was unruly. There were people out in the streets. There were situations that basically there was no control of the premises. So in order to address that situation, we have consulted with and have an agreement with a security firm that is staffed by an ex-vice commander, who basically gave a consultation report which deals with the maximum capacity issue.
Well, that wasn't the only issue. I mean, I think you're minimizing the past history here. The maximum capacity was not the only problem. There's sales to minors. There's
that's prior application.
Police focal point. To get revoked twice is pretty significant.
I agree. But that was a previous applicant.
Well, what's his method of business, and how is it different from the previous method of business?
The method of business that Mr. Awazu intends to conduct is a business that begins at 5 o'clock and deals with the after-work crowd.
And ends when?
And ends, his hours that we have suggested is until the days of the week are Tuesday from 5 p.m. to 12 p.m., Wednesday from 5 p.m. to 12 a.m., Thursday from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m., and Saturday 5 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And what are we talking? Is there going to be a DJ? Is there going to be live music?
There's going to be live music. There's going to be, we have DJ. The space has a cabaret license, so
So it's going to be a club.
It's going to be the same thing.
It's not. It has a cabaret license because it was existing. That's all I'm saying. There's 375 people is the maximum capacity with the C of O.
But do you expect people to dance? Does your business model include people dancing?
Yes, there's a DJ and a VIP
says
room.
yes on
Well, I mean,
method of
the
operation.
space previously, that was the issue. The space previously was a nightclub. And so, his funds are kind of limited at this moment to extinguish those areas. So, I mean, the way his model is structured is that there are 24 tables, and that's the maximum capacity of people that he could possibly, provide food for.
Who's managing this?
A gentleman by the name of Eduardo Fontaine, who has many years' experience in, alcohol, in the alcohol business, and managing large establishments, small establishments, everywhere in between.
Did he fill out a questionnaire, do you know?
Yes, he did.
He did?
Actually, he's here. I mean,
Yeah, there's one up here.
I mean, so what's changed?
What's his adverse?
You filed,
Do you have any adverse?
am I incorrect, and you filed an application in 2013 that was for the same location that was disapproved?
Yes.
And what changed?
What changed was that, initially the community board had asked for a number of documents, from the C of O to the fire, to dealing with the means of egress from the backyard, getting a letter from, those issues. And basically, through the second process, their last representative dealt with those issues, okay? And so, and then there was an issue of the supervision.
So then you filed again in 2014.
2014. The person who filed apparently didn't read your decision from the first application of dealing with the supervision and, the security issue. So he didn't even address that in the second application.
I see, the question I have is, I don't know that at this location, I don't know under this business model whether it can be addressed. I don't know that they didn't address it. I just question whether it could be.
Well, I don't even think they even brought it up. I mean, they never even talked about hiring someone with experience. They never talked about, hiring a security company to give them a proper plan, how to reduce the past history and reduce the incidents that, that you just mentioned.
But see, the history is so extensive, just reducing it isn't enough. I mean, it really has to be eliminated, and I don't know whether having a club there is realistic based on, there were shootings, there were stabbings. I know you know about it, but I want the record to be clear that this was a violent place.
I understand, and I explained this to Mr. Carmel, and he's very clear on this. I told him that if he is granted a license, basically that he's going to be scrutinized and needs to conduct himself in the way that he's represented.
Yeah, that's all.
So, in terms of,
I believe his intentions are sincere. I just question whether it's possible.
I mean, I've spoken with Mr. Calderon, the security supervisor since the beginning, because again, I tried to, figure out if it was feasible to do the space here, because I didn't want my client to spend the resources in terms of, trying to maintain the place. So, in speaking to Mr. Calderon, he, has told me that based on, his understanding of the past history of the place and as being an officer, a police officer, that he believed that this area could be contained. And that he would work in conjunction with the local police precinct, community board, and, the manager who's proposed also has dealt with community boards and, issues, just quality of life issues in general, not situations where there have been shootings and so forth, but, security issues with venues that hold 800 people out in Montauk. So, I mean, we believe that by putting in hiring a top-class security company and hiring a manager with extensive experience in venues that are, this size or larger.
All right, let's talk about your manager. So that's Edward Fontaine, you said? So at the time he was a manager at a place called Tie Me Up, Inc.?
Yes.
We have, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5 sales to minors in 2 years, including two of them which were sales to 18 and under. If you say he's here, maybe you can come up and address this. Because if you're telling me this is, given the history of the location, and we have no questions about your intentions, we think they're good intentions, and then you put somebody in charge who was a manager of another location, and in 2 years' time, you had 5, including a revocation, a cancellation revocation for the record of that previous location where Mr. Fontaine was the manager. Mr. Basie, which name do you go by? It's Edward Fontaine. Fontaine. I don't see how that combination is going to give us any more comfort and how this place is going to be run. So I'd like to hear from your manager, please. If you can come to the mic, put your name for the record, please. Okay, so you heard what I just read, right? This is what's in our records. Can you address those issues?
Yeah, when I came in to manage it happened. So in the end, I left because the owner didn't want to address everything.
But you were the manager from what? All right, you were the manager from when to when there?
I have this question here.
Yeah, I'm looking for his questionnaire too. Time me up. See. Is not listed.
Look at the address.
Additional. Yeah, I don't think it's listed in his questionnaire.
No, there's an attached.
Yeah, I'm looking at the attachment. It says
58 East First Street.
58 East First Street. Okay, 2008 to 2011. February 2008 to January 2011. So you were there for all 5 of these sales to minors, including 2 to 18 and under.
Yeah, I was in totally full time, but yes, I was there.
I mean, you know, you also look at his application. He was an owner previously. You know, currently he works at another restaurant where he's a manager. I mean, you know, he has an extensive history. You know, in terms of sales to minors back in 2009, you know, it was an issue which, you know, fortunately happened.
Can you look?
There were no under Mr. Fontaine's old license, there were no other violations other than a bounce check. So he did have a good he did have a good license history when you had a license.
But that's when he had the license. Which location was that? That was.
You know, Oliva on Allen Street.
But what about when he was the manager? I guess because right now he's not an owner. He's
I
coming in.
checked all
Yeah,
of those.
you checked all of those, and he's clean on that. I just think it's the location, and you know, it's if you came in and said we want to do a restaurant or something that's going to close at midnight, 1 a.m. on weekends, that's very different than if you're coming in just doing the same model. That revocation on a location, as Chairman Bradley said, is very rare in 2 years, in a couple of years' time.
I understand, and, you know, that's what I made clear, and they understand. And so, you know, in terms of the hour, you know, we're willing to reduce the hours and, like, you know, establish a track record. I mean, you know, it's been 2 years since the guys, you know, applied for licenses. So, you know, he's amenable to do what he needs to do to, you know, at least establish himself in that location and, you know, establish a track record to hopefully, you know, be able to amend his application and ask for request longer hours.
I don't know.
Also, this location is sort of, you know, in the middle of nowhere.
And that may be part of the problem, but I'm just not going to be able to approve this location based on 2 revocations. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not, and it's not a reflection on him or his intentions or anything. It's just the history that's at this place, the resources that have been expended to basically deal with the situation. And obviously another owner came in after the first revocation and thought he could do the same thing, and the same thing happened to him. The business plan is almost identical. And I realize maybe that's the building's only suitable for a club, and that may be the case, but I'm not going to put one there. I'm going to deny the application. I'm sorry.
And I agree with you, Chairman.
Should he not, should there just, even if there's a restaurant, a restaurant plan, is there a possibility, or is it just?
I'm not saying I'd never give a license there. I'm saying there's no way there's a club going there. So you have to, if you're going to apply for a restaurant, then you need to come back with another application, but this one's not going to be approved.
All right, thank you.
So that answers your question, though, right? Okay.
Chairman's got the letter in his hand. I need it back. Need that letter back.
How about that guy?
That one. Yeah.
Which one?
1867 JED Corp.
Should I not have?
Well, if that's the standard,
What was the number?
1867.
We had this before.
Yes, you've had.
Yes, I remember this.
Can I give this letter?
Sure. Thank you. Okay, great. You can go back to the, no. If we have the letter, we'll read it right now. It'll be faster for us to read it in.
Thank you.
Okay. There's an extra letter too. Does Jackie want to copy?
I have it for the record.
The
I'll
other
make,
counsel?
I'll make it apart.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, so, I mean, you have my letter there.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Besides being embarrassing nervous, that's, I wasn't honest the last time I came here. I said I was caught in the middle. That's not your problem. I did that. I'm just looking to, I had no problems with my store over 7 years. Never had any infractions, nothing.
But you were availing the whole time. You had an undisclosed partner who was a police officer the whole time at your store. So you just stood here and said you didn't have any problems at your store, but your operation was illegal from the get-go.
No, I'm sorry. I meant troubles at my store with customers. That's what I meant. You're right. You're right. And that's what this letter says. I'm sorry. I thought I had enough copies.
No, I just read it.
I'm just looking to provide myself a livelihood. I haven't been working since that store closed. And there's no store in the community at all. My store's a little, I mean, if I was to open up a store, it's a new location altogether. It's a very small store. I know that doesn't really have anything to do with the issue that I created this issue. When I went to Albany, I apologized. I don't know the gentleman's name. I thought he was introduced to me as the head investigator. State to be corrected. I apologized to him. I told him I was open to anything that he wanted to talk to me about. I messed up. You're right, ma'am.
I'll do whatever you do, it's fine. You did it, I know.
Not other than that.
No, I'm not
I'm not
gonna change
serving
it.
to minors, serving to people that maybe had too much to drink already. That's kind of what I meant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Was that the only issue?
I think that was
Balls on
the,
top, that's what I'm here to do today.
excuse me?
No, he's doing fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're better off sitting down.
Or it's just standing there quietly. You could do either. You don't have to. But
I'm only throwing this out. If there's a fine, I'll pay the fine. If you want conditions, you dictate the conditions.
I don't think it's an issue of conditions. I think it's an issue of character. You were here before the board last time, and you denied statements that you made to our investigators at other points, and you now tell us that, yes, the last time you were before the board, you were lying.
I explained, it doesn't count. You're absolutely correct. Why I did is in the letter. It's the truth. There's no excuse for what I did. I'm telling you what I did, though. I am just telling you what I did. You're right. You're right. That's why I'm here. No one told me to come here today. Isn't there one of these paragraphs? Maybe I should have come with someone. But if I had come with someone, I wouldn't be able to talk. I did the.
Who's that?
Well, I don't.
I think this is your third time here before the board. You've been before this board on many occasions with Rio Liquors. I called it the Rio Liquor drama last time that I was here.
Ma'am, last time when you said I was here, that's what you said last time? I just look, I'll do this real quick. The 3 times that you had referred to was that my partner applied for a license, and then that was denied on his own. And then he did a corporate change.
Yes.
And that was denied. The liquor authority found that not to be legal, what he did. And the 3rd time was with my son, and the only reason that was denied was because technically there was a license that hadn't expired yet, even though the store was closed.
It
So
was
you're
all
right.
stemming from the wrongdoing at Rio Liquor
Well,
and
that's
the
my-
mess that was made of
Yeah.
the corporate actions at Rio
You're
Liquor.
right, and what I said was, I don't
All right.
disagree with you.
Look, so, you know, in March of 2014, Chairman Rosen at the time, then Chairman Rosen and Commissioner Green denied this, and then in May, you asked for reconsideration. Commissioner Green and I denied it. You know, I get that you're showing remorse, and what else could you do at this point? But based on the series of facts here, where I just can't trust you. You couldn't disclose you had undisclosed owners, and you turned one in, and then now you're saying, oh, actually, I was wrong to do that. He really wasn't. I just don't know what you say is what you mean. So it makes it very difficult for me. Given the circumstances, I want to be sympathetic, but if I let this fact pattern go through after 2 different boards have denied it, it just would not set the right precedent.
There was 2 partners, myself and this other gentleman on the license. And then there was this silent partner that he had brought in. So not two silent partners, just one.
Just one, right. No, yeah, I understand the fact pattern. So, you know, unless there's something you would like to add, I really cannot approve this at this time. So I apologize, but I have to deny. Apologize meaning I feel personally bad to be doing this because of the circumstances you've set forth. But in terms of what's right from the board's perspective, it's clear that it's a denial.
I agree with Commissioner Kim.
1916, Fuyu Liquor and Wine.
1960?
1916.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Yu. I'm a representative. She's the president of the corporation, Ms. Lin Ning. This is a new liquor store.
I'm sorry, are you here in protest? Okay, could we hear from the protest, please?
My name is Kervin Victor. I'm the owner of Town Black Liquors at 422 Pelham Road, about 0.7 miles south of the location. I'll also be speaking on behalf of DD Liquors, which I believe is a little closer to the proposed location. They couldn't be here today. I'm opposing the application on 3 grounds. First of all, I don't think this proposed liquor store provides any additional convenience or advantage to the community. In my store, I already offer a wide variety of products, including wines from New York, organic wines. We offer delivery. We do tastings on Fridays. We have offered wine classes during the fall. We have plenty of parking. And the particular area that they're looking to serve, if you look, I actually have a map here. Although I am 0.7 miles away from the proposed location, there's really nothing in between those 2 stores. There's 2 schools, there's 1 apartment building, and a few single-family homes.
Which map is that the one you submitted?
Google. I don't think we submitted it. I just pulled it today. Actually, shows you where my store is, where the proposed location, and what's in between. There's really nothing there. It's also,
That's his.
yeah, when I zoomed in.
That's
with
D&D, that's
Google,
him.
Kind of took out all the, okay, also there's an issue of saturation.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know about AOC Fine Wines?
That's on Main Street.
27 Division Street?
Right, it's at the corner of Division.
Oh, is that open? Do you know?
Yes.
It's operating?
I'll see if we got anything.
Yeah, we didn't get any response from them for this application, so, okay.
I think they're going through a change of ownership.
They are?
I believe so. It was a liquor store, then they split it in half, and now it's a wine bar on one side.
Yeah, they're not open. That one isn't. They might have transferred it. I'll check.
But they still have a liquor store that you see when you go by? There is? Okay.
That's another issue. We have a problem with saturation. Within 2 miles, there are at least 11 liquor stores.
Yeah, there's an active license holder, a new owner. You just received it on
What are the numbers? Oh, they gave us.
7/24. No, because they weren't in business when we asked.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Well, right on Pelham Road, there's my store, there's DD Wine, and again, that short distance between the 3 stores, I don't think we have enough customers in that area. They will be sitting, the proposed location sits directly across a set of buildings that I currently service for deliveries. Also, the impact to my business, if you see the numbers for the year, it's not like we are going down. And also, let's say if you approve this license and they reduce my business by about $50,000, $100,000, I will have to terminate my employee simply because I would not be able to afford that person.
Your 2011 and 2012, you were showing 43,000 in 2012?
Right. There was a removal. I was at one location, I moved at the end of 2012 to.
I see. And then okay, got it.
Yeah, that location definitely was not working.
Right, okay, all right. No, I just noticed the huge jump. I was like, what are you doing right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I bought this store from someone else and
Got it.
eventually realized that location was not.
Okay, thank you.
As far as I understand, the city of Rochelle is increasing populations and also decreasing crimes. And also,
Do you have statistics or you just? Thank you.
The store itself is very small. It's a 520 square feet. It's convenient location to the neighbors across the street, which is apartment complexes. The shopping mall is conveniently located, and it's a small shopping mall. Consists of pizza restaurant, Chinese restaurant, dry cleaning, and stationery. And a lot of people walk from the apartment complexes right across the street. And the reason I gave you, it's a special, it's a little bit, when you see the map, and there's like a southeast area, is the very, the store location is the actually exiting from the area. It looks like it's a southeast area. And if they have to go and buy the wines and liquors, and then they have to come out through the location and then make a left and go all the way another half miles away. And that's why we chose the location for the people who walking customers. And also, if you look at the Pelham Bay Road, the street, actually walking street is not designed for people to walk half miles away. and it's very narrow and dangerous. And if you look at the photographs, and then you will see those too. And the store is not designed to compete other stores located about half miles away, but it's designed to serve the community neighbors, the southeast area of the.
On your map, you show 372 Pelham Road, which is D&D Wine, but you don't show Town and Dock, which is 422 Pelham Road. No, on his map
Yeah, I
here.
know, he doesn't have a turn. That's why he misses it by about that much. I noticed that too. No, this, on your map.
This map, oh,
Doesn't
here?
go down 4th South enough.
Oh.
He's right here.
How convenient that we cut it
Yeah,
off right
right,
here.
exactly.
That's my point. Your map just got cut off somehow right where his store would come up.
Okay, the reason is that I use a proximity report for location.
All right.
It indicated first 4 closest liquor store.
I understand.
That contains these liquor stores.
On ours, this is actually closer than Shiv and Sweat by 0.1 miles. Okay, so I understand. Okay, any questions?
I have.
Sure, come on over.
Council, we had mentioned that there is growth in New Rochelle. That growth is happening mainly on Main Street, the Avalon buildings and Trump Towers, and they ran into a lot of trouble trying to sell those units. They're still running into trouble selling those units. Also, New Rochelle, the reason why there are very few suitable sidewalks, like you mentioned, is because New Rochelle is mainly a driving community. Even though it's close to New York City, it's still a driving community. 95% of my customers drive. As far as convenience is concerned, again, I deliver. In the winter when there's snow on the ground, in the summer when it's really hot, we deliver. Again, based on the map that I showed you, there's not a lot of customers, there's not a lot of population between the proposed location and my store, so we're tapping directly the same customers. And also, around the corner from the proposed location, not around the corner, about maybe, I would say less than a quarter mile, on North Avenue, which is not too far from where they are, a liquor store just closed within the last 2 years because, again,
to the sound.
there's not enough population to sustain another liquor store.
All right, okay.
What, for you, what is she bringing to the liquor store that he and his colleagues don't supply already there? He already mentioned he has wine tastings, he has classes, he has delivery. What's she doing, what's she gonna bring that, and don't tell us organic.
I do have organic.
Again, this store is very small. It's 500 square feet. And then we are not intent to compete other liquor stores half a mile away. Again, I'm repeating myself. But we try to carry the popular brand for the people who, if you look at the map, there's only entrance and exit from that area. And that shopping mall is conveniently located right outside of the exit. And then we're looking for the neighbors who are looking for the wine products, walk in, and then if they need it, and then that's the place that they can shop it. But we are not, at this time, we are not planning to carry any other new products, but popular items for the convenience of the neighbors.
And she's a teacher's assistant at a daycare center?
Yes,
So she has no experience?
But the family owns a liquor store nearby.
Family owns it? Who?
Family owns it.
Who in the family owns it? I mean, what relationship is that person to her?
Her husband owns the liquor store nearby.
Where?
Where is it?
You don't know where your husband owns the liquor store?
Or the name of it and the address? Is it in New Rochelle?
I think it's in the New Rochelle.
Sir, do you know?
I don't know her husband.
Who is the man in the black suit?
I can tell you where it is.
He was the attorney for the other one.
The other one, because he seems to know the answer.
So you don't know the name of your husband's store?
Well, it has to be made in North. Probably,
That's fine. I'm just trying to.
What is it?
That's all right. Well, everybody's to their own, I guess. That's Excuse me?
And food liquor, I think.
And
it was in-
how are you involved? I thought you were representing. Oh, you're just translating? Oh, Ben Fu, liquor.
No, Bedford, you
No,
said?
Ben Fu, 208
Fu?
North Avenue.
It's nearby, right?
Thank you.
208 North Avenue, New Rochelle?
Yes.
Oh, that's the closest one.
Do you work there?
Huh?
She doesn't work there.
Your husband or her husband?
My husband.
Oh, your husband owns it or works there? Huh?
He works.
He doesn't own.
What's his name?
You said her family owns it.
What's her husband's name?
What? You can translate.
Waiting.
Should be
I'm
recording.
confused. Why are they opening one up half a mile away?
I don't know that we're getting it to.
Co-op with each
Yeah.
other.
He's the advocate. Oh, Wayman.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not the one he owns.
He owns Ben Fu.
No, he doesn't.
But she couldn't say her husband's name.
Well, you don't know what it is. Well, how do you?
I asked her what his name was.
She couldn't say her husband's name.
Huh?
She didn't give an answer for what her husband's name was.
Owner's name is Ajing.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, her husband.
It's my mom-in-law.
Okay. Her mother-in-law
mother-in-law?
owns the store.
So your mother-in-law owns the store. Your husband works there. Does your mother-in-law work there?
I don't think she understands. She
Does
understands.
your husband own another store? How many liquor stores does this family own?
How many liquor stores?
I only one, two, my life.
No, just one this.
Okay, just one, the family owns one liquor store.
Oh, got it. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the answer?
Family owns one liquor store, which is a Ben Fu Liquor Inc.
Okay. All right. I think that clarifies it. So, when I look at this map, I see on Pelham Road, you have D&D and you also have Town and Dock. And on one side of it is the harbor, and the other side you have residences. But it's a straight shot down from 0.6 to 0.7 miles of the two stores, in addition to the other 2 or 3 stores on the other side. And I just don't see anything, there's no product mix that's going to be added that's not already there as you testified, so I vote to deny.
When you look at the D&D store, and there are stores close by, I think it's about 200-300 square feet apart. And then compared to that, saturations, this location is far from any other liquor stores, which is at least.
You're saying D&D is 200,
D&D,
is 200 square foot of space?
she was saying that 600 square feet away, another liquor store right next to it. On the opposition letter. She said 1 block away,
Who's she?
D&D Wine and Liquor.
I mean, we have it at 0.6 miles away. I think that's what the map represents, so I think that's pretty close. I agree with Commissioner Kim. I don't understand why you're trying to buy a liquor store 0.5 miles from the one your family owns already, but that's none of my business. But I think the area has enough liquor stores. I don't see that it promotes the convenience or the advantage to the public, so I'm going to deny the application as well.
Thank you.
1873 Copic Wine and Liquor.
What was going on there?
What did you say?
1873.
Was that
Yeah. It's still going to be heavy.
Oh, I think it's just have another location too.
But they literally are half mile from each
Maybe it's its own profits. Well, no, I think it's doing
It would
well
still be
enough
his
that they're
profits.
trying to- Yeah, because they can't expand where they are.
It would still
probably.
be his profits.
That's what I wondered.
But it doesn't make sense, I don't know. They could have explained it.
I'm sorry, I missed this one.
1873.
Thank you.
I apologize, 1873, okay.
Mhm.
73.
Are you in opposition?
Oh, okay.
You're the other store that we recently licensed with Elke.
This is another weird situation.
Really?
You're a really big store.
Because
Oh, so, can you put your name on the record and then tell us?
do we not have anyone here?
I think, are you the applicant?
Oh,
yeah.
Do you want to?
Small town, it's about a couple blocks. Some industrial stores.
Oh, yes.
Revitalizing the place, we're excited to do that. When I looked through the board meeting minutes of the town, no one else had proposed they wanted to go there. And then subsequent to our filing, 300 feet.
How many is, Kopek's a village or,
I don't know if they call themselves a hamlet or it's,
so it's basically one street
yes, I mean, it's,
and a couple side streets. So I've been there, I'm just,
yeah, yes, yes. It's, there's a diner.
okay.
Gas
It's,
station,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
banks.
Very nice waterfalls.
Yes, that's a little bit further away, correct.
He's from where?
And what does your store do?
The closest one.
Are you focused on wines or?
We do wine and spirits and carry New York as well as.
How big are they?
Some brand names as well as some interesting.
I left that off, didn't I?
Trying to cater. It's half the town is weekenders and half the town are locals, so we're trying to find a good line to cater to both groups. So we are carrying interesting stuff that some people may like as well as.
3,500.
brands.
Okay, maybe we should just hear from the applicant. Is your client here?
Sorry?
Are you representing a client?
Yes, I represent the applicant. Unfortunately, they wanted to attend, unfortunately, they couldn't be here today.
Why couldn't they be here today? Been a priority. Okay.
So they certainly recognize it as a priority, unfortunately. It's brought their attention.
Well, the first question I have, I guess, I don't know whether you can answer it or not, is why here? It seems like you're basically putting this up at the same exact store
Same exact store as.
as,
Well, the reason is because my clients own that particular building. They've been trying to rent out this particular space for quite some time. It's been sitting vacant since 2004 when they bought it. They have not been able to find a suitable tenant for that building. And as a result, they have decided to occupy the premises themselves with a liquor store because of the feedback, as Mr. Frank indicated in his letter, from the community that wants a liquor store. So they decided they were going to put their hat in the ring and try to, as again Mr. Frank said here today, revitalize the community economically and put a productive business on that space that's been fallow and try to revitalize.
but it's been fallow since 2004?
Correct, that particular space.
And it's been open 2 months? About, is that 2 months?
My clients had previously wished to open earlier, but they were awaiting approval from the planning board, which they did get. Otherwise, they would have gone ahead and filed probably even sooner than Mr. Frank, but unfortunately, it didn't work
Well,
out.
when, was there a liquor store there 10 years ago?
According to my clients, there was, earlier than 2004. I don't know if there was, I know that there was something called the JJ's Pizza in the same building. It's a multi-unit building. And that's been out for quite a few years as well. But I mean, the people of Kopek have spoken. I'm sure you've seen the letters that have been submitted.
Yes, we have. Can I?
JJ's Pizza and Pub, but it was a liquor store.
But there was no liquor store, right?
Yeah.
What do your clients do for a living now?
04 to 07.
They own a few businesses in the area.
07.
They own
Pizza.
convenience stores.
Liquor store.
Oh, there was?
There was a liquor store, just a weird corporate name.
Oh. I'm sorry, I missed that, sorry. Yes, I heard the question, but what was the answer?
A couple of businesses in the area, at least one of which since 1999 has been licensed by the authority. A couple of convenience stores.
Convenience stores. So there was a liquor store from 04 to 07, it was just called JJ Pizza and Pub.
Yeah.
I
They also
guess
had
that must have been
a
through
hotel
they tell me it
license
was
at
there.
the same
Had a hotel license?
address.
What happened to the hotel license? You just surrendered it?
clients have been
Yeah, they
along
surrendered it
long-
in
They just
04.
turned it? Yeah, no, I don't think the question is about your client's character or ability to operate businesses. It sounds like they're successful business people and know how to operate a business. I have a question for you, sir. In the letter, I think that came said that they would carry items that you don't carry, such as Bacardi, Grey Goose, Vodka Vodka, Johnny Walker, Scotch. Do you carry those items?
So we don't carry all those items, I do have a list. We are some building out our brands.
When did you actually open your doors?
End of June. So we want to be in
Yeah.
So literally,
So
okay.
we're building inventory, so part of this is also, it's a small town, I'm not trying to build
But I
$1
mean-
million worth of inventory to go into.
No, I understand. But how big is your floor space?
Floor space could be 3,500, but we subdivided it. It was in the back. I was using some storage and some just empty, so we're probably using around 1,500 square feet.
And so at this time, you don't sell Bacardi, Grey Goose, Svedka, I mean, popular brands, basically.
Don't disagree, but I will give you the vodkas, which is Russian Standard or some Tito's.
Right. But you don't sell any of these items that I just mentioned?
Not those particular ones, but we sell.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of.
No, I understand. They just made I just wanted to make sure.
Take something like Doers, I gotta buy 300 bottles.
Right.
To compete against
Right.
Hillsdale, which you just approved, which is 8 miles away. And I got Pine Plains and I got package stores in Hudson. So I gotta buy 300 bottles of Bacardi in a town that's got 2,000 people. Not Doers in this one. So it's not that we don't have.
No, it's
brands and we're
a
building-
farm.
Oh, yeah? You've been there?
Oh, look, I'm happy to give you the list. You'll notice there are brands on there.
Please, let me see the list.
And we're carrying New York lines. I mean, I'm trying to balance.
I'm so city-centric that people down here, please,
I
yeah.
lived in New York, man. So we're trying to balance it.
And he's close to Connecticut.
I'm just trying to understand.
So you were trying to have product, other than the liquor stores around you?
Correct, because they can just go to Hudson.
Offer
which is
something
20 miles
different.
away, Or they go to Massachusetts, which has no sales tax. We just can't compete. I mean, when they're buying so deep, I can't.
How does Massachusetts do that? No sales tax on alcohol?
They're trying to compete with New Hampshire.
Hampshire does the same thing.
And you can get your beer, wine, and liquor all in the same place in Massachusetts. And your cheese.
And your
So
cheese.
we give heckle from Massachusetts. I don't understand why we can't sell ice.
I drive through your town on the way to the Berkshires.
Well, I mean, that is a good argument. They don't sell the regular card.
Yeah.
I get it, 2,000 people, I know. Okay.
I'm not saying we're building those out.
No, I understand.
You can see we are carrying some brands.
All right.
Do you have the brands? What'd you do?
Oh, it's just sorry, Chairman. That's it. A lot of New York brands. That's why we approved them, probably. Do you have any more questions?
No.
I might just add, Mr. Frank had just said about not being able to compete with other stores that are much farther away because of the products that they offer. My clients are already able to compete with those stores and keep the volume within the community where they've been for so long. For whatever reason, Mr. Frank isn't able to supply the store with the particular types of.
Well, see, that's my problem with this issue right now is that I can't say that, I don't know that I can actually say that he's not capable of it because he's only been doing it for 7 weeks.
Well, and I think that's exactly right, but he himself has said.
Well, he said he's building it up.
Well, he's building it up, but he also said the reason he's doing it is because he says, according to his opinion, I'm sure he's done whatever kind of analysis was necessary, that he doesn't believe the community, there's enough in the community for him to go ahead and buy those types of products.
And do you agree with that? But do you agree with that opinion? You don't agree with it?
Well, we could ask your clients if your clients were here.
Right.
I'm sorry?
We could ask your clients if your clients were here.
They submit something in writing saying that they were prepared and ready to open with that kind of inventory. And they also have.
I mean, it's really not the inventory. It's more, you're talking about, in my view, a village of 2,000 people. And
Well, I think we're limiting the geographic scope here. We're not talking about just that small little community. The fact that there are, all the other liquor stores in quote-unquote area are 10 to 15 to 20 miles away. So all the people who are in that scope
could be coming to Copake as opposed to going to those other areas that are, quite frankly, quite far.
Oh, no, the 3 out of the 4 closest have had significant decreases in their sales over the past 3-4 years.
Well,
So
I know that 2 of them have had,
3 out of the 4 as I'm looking at it right now.
I understand, 2 of them had significant.
And the 2 are the closest.
One has had a slight decrease, another has basically either leveled off or increased, in fact.
I mean, if you were,
No.
if their store was 6 miles away, I might agree with you, but
Right.
this is just.
Like 300 feet away.
Yeah, hamlet of 2,000 people and you're 300 feet away.
And the 2 closest, which I'm looking at, 460, 320, 318, 306, 4 years consistent decline. That's the other closest one at Little Gates in Millerton. And then another one, Millerton Super, 727, 723, 662, 604. I mean, these are significant decreases, which kind of bolsters, I catch your name, but yeah, Mr. Frank's argument that that's why he doesn't carry those other items currently. So at this point, based on that, I believe there's no public convenience and advantage being added by approving the store, so I vote to deny.
If I could just add one point. Talking about the population, all those stores that you're mentioning aren't in the Copake area. If you look at the evidence that I provided, the Copake area has had a surge in the last several years of a 10.3 increase in population.
From 2,000 to 2,200?
Which also goes again, then, and those people clearly are not buying alcohol because the sales are still going down if that's happening. If the population's up and the sales are going down, it doesn't bode well for another store.
They're not traveling to buy the alcohol.
Well, they're not buying it.
That's right, because they're not traveling they don't want to travel that far to go get it. If they have their store where they live, and these people have.
Well, these people already do. That's the point we're making. We're not going to put another one there because your clients own a building. I mean, that's really their only real reason for doing it is because they can't find a tenant and they want to put it there because they own the building. And that to me is not going to bode well for public convenience or advantage when there's already a store right across the street.
That people don't want to buy alcohol from is what they're saying. It's not somebody.
I don't know that the community could have made that judgment in 7 weeks. So I don't find any advantage either, so I'm going to deny the application.
Thank you.
I mean, if you come back in a year and it's the same situation, then maybe we'll reconsider it, but I don't see that happening now.
1881, Amityville Wine and Spirits.
I've learned my list. What number?
1881.
You're the protester?
Yeah, just to update.
No.
That's rare.
The attorney, Michael Riley, had requested an adjournment of the hearing because he was engaged in, and he said he didn't receive his FOIL information.
You can still be heard.
You can be heard.
Sitting here.
But-
No, I'm stupid here.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, and staff. My name is Catherine Mock. I'm the sole owner of Rec MA Wines and Liquors on 45 American Road, Amityville, purchased in 2012. I work there full-time. Today I'm speaking to you with my conviction, and I hope you.
This is the exact same neighborhood.
In 2013, American
Where is
Best
she?
Wine
Red Gamay?
applied for a
Oh, Red
license
Gamay?
at Broadway, which is a
I'm sorry, what store were you from? Can you put the mic in front of you, please? Thank you.
I'm the sole owner of Red Gamay.
Oh, Red Gamay, okay. The closest, okay.
How come you didn't get up and talk in the last one?
I'm sorry?
Did you speak at the another liquor store applied today where was,
I didn't protest that one.
Why not? Just curious.
They're a lot bigger and doesn't really do so much. In my opinion.
and is the guy from Dragonfly still here?
Dragonfly owner? No.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Today I'm speaking to you with my conviction, and I hope you listen and enjoy the part. In 2013, American Best Wine applied for a license at 211 Broadway, which is the same location as the new applicant, and it was approved by the board. And Mr. Hooper, who owned American Best Wine, closed down last year right before Christmas, the best season for a liquor store. Before he closed, he came to my store. He expressed how stressed he was, and there was not enough foot traffic. Soon after that, he lost his dream of his hard-earned pension, from a retired job. Bing.com states the difference between the proposed location and my store is 8 miles and a 2-minute drive. Amityville is a small, quiet town. Nobody walks and everybody drives. The 2-minute distance can mean life or death for a business. Amityville is not Manhattan. Amityville is located between Massapequa and Copac. The entire area is saturated with liquor stores. Just recently, I received another notification
different.
regarding a new package store, which is 5 minutes away, which was approved half an hour ago. The fact that there is not enough business to support 2 liquor stores in such a close proximity. There's no reason why Mr. Hooper, the past owner and retired police officer, that history would repeat itself or to be older than the new owner. There's no happy ending when you lose your savings. Should you allow a new liquor store?
Oh, where is it?
I believe one of us will not be able to survive. Please do not let history repeat itself. One of us will not survive. I have a degree in wine. I'm passionate about wine. I have turned my passion into a business. This is my only income. In conclusion, 2 liquor stores in such close proximity has not proved by the works. It can only do both business owners and neighborhood a disservice. Thank you for listening.
What was do you recall the address of the store that we had just approved? I'm just trying to,
It was in Westfield.
Was where?
In Westfield.
Sunrise Mall? Or,
Yeah, Sunrise in Westfield.
Oh, it was the Sunrise.
how far is that from your location or this
Massapequa?
applicant? How many, 5 minutes? Do you know, what is that,
She was one of the top 4.
Yeah,
There, she's got the
It
application.
was one of the top 4, and so we just approved it.
Yeah, she's got it right here.
Sunrise, it was Sunrise?
It was, yeah.
All right, let me do the distances then.
This one we just approved. Okay, great. But my question is, why that one come up before this one? If they're both sharing, was it filed at the same time?
A month apart.
Which one? The other one was first?
This one was filed in May. I don't know.
In May, and this one was filed in April. So I'm just,
I think it was just missed. Oh, they're 2 different cities, and I don't think it was noticed that,
that they share.
yeah, that they share the.
Who's right next door?
Massapequa,
Oh,
Sunrise,
right.
and Amityville, like right next door. It's like Little Italy and Chinatown.
Right, that's the problem. So we just approved the other one. Okay, thank you. Do we have the applicant here? No.
No,
It was asked to be adjourned.
they asked to be adjourned.
Oh, they're asked to be adjourned.
Wanted more time to submit documentation.
Adjourn it?
Yep. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. 9-1 then? Is that what he's looking for?
We can, yep.
You don't need to come back. We have you on the record. We have your statement, and you could come back. You're welcome to, but you don't have to.
So I don't speak on 9/1.
You could if, oh, no, unless you have something new to add. But if you've spoken. So what happens in 9-1 when the applicant comes, we'll have the applicant come up and make their case, and then we'll make a decision at the time.
You can come. If you ask, we'll try to remember to notify you.
All right, thank you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
1880 Carl Liquor Store.
I'll write it down here.
Yeah. Number?
Mr. Springer standing.
1880.
We need one of those, like, at the DMV, like, ding, a number goes up. We don't have to keep bothering Jackie. It's for your benefit, really.
Are you in protest? Yes. Okay, come on.
Good afternoon, John Springer for Essen Wine and Liquor Corp. Filling in today for Attorney Glenn Wright, couldn't be here. Somebody from the store was here, but they had to leave. Attorney Wright submitted a very detailed opposition. I won't go over all of it, but I'll just hit a few highlights. This is not an affluent area. We submitted statistics showing that the population, 19% in the area is below the line. There's little space for development or growth in this area. To the south, you have Van Cortlandt Park. To the east, you have Sawmill River Parkway. 10 blocks to the west, there are the large colleges, the College of St. Vincent and the Hudson River. The immediate vicinity, there are large industrial businesses. This limits the potential customer base at the applicant and the existing stores you are from. There are 6 stores within 3,000 feet of the proposed store. Market weakness is evident by the gross sales numbers for the closest stores. Of the nearest 4 stores, 3 have declining gross sales. The second closest store, Pure, only opened 2 years ago and does not have a useful track record to go by. My client, SNI Wine and Liquors and CYI Spirits, saw a big drop-off, which they attribute to the introduction of Pure to the neighborhood. The applicant is planning on opening only 895 feet from my client's store. Carly Avenue does not have the commercial foot traffic that South Broadway does. We're just around the corner. My client's store gross sales have dropped dramatically since 2011, 27%. They've had steady decreases. CYI Spirits has had a 2% increase from 2011-13, but in 2014, their sales dropped slightly below their 2011 gross sales numbers. The fourth closest store had a 32% decrease. That's El Terry Enterprises between 2012 and 2014. My client offers a wide range of wines, priced from $60 to $30, and a wide range of liquors.
I'm checking that.
Kosher wines, New York wines, and an ethnically diverse inventory. The applicant is not adding any better customer experience to the public. It has no parking areas. Customers will have to use on-street parking as they do at the other stores. We don't believe that public convenience and advantage has been met by this application, and we would ask that you disapprove it.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Mario Pineda. I prefer my wife. She explained the situation.
He didn't respond.
Okay.
He didn't respond.
They didn't respond, so send in reverse me? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sierra. Last year we applied for another location. We had the same situation, but they notified us that somebody was opposing. This time we didn't give.
We didn't have anything that, we didn't know.
We didn't give any, actual notification that somebody was opposing.
No.
So we came by ourselves. I don't have the data that he says, but
Do you want to hold it over?
I don't know, last year, we understand that the lady applied first, we bought the property, and we rented out because we wanted to do a liquor store. So, we got a list 4 months ago, and we checked around, and I don't see that he's 425 feet. He sent an email to my accountant, saying that we are too close, but I think that
We show 0.2 miles.
Yeah, I have 2.8.
feet away.
That's about right, yeah.
Yeah, and he's saying that the neighborhood is poor, or I don't know, something like that. There's a lot of houses, single family, multi-family, and a lot of buildings, like big buildings.
The issue is that, I think you're right that it's not 425 feet away, that it is closer to 1,000, 1,100. You have 3 out of the 4 closest stores with a big decrease in sales over the last 4 years. That's, I think, and we had just issued a new one in 2013.
Maybe that has to do with the energy of the people, like we would like to have a chance to prove that maybe we can do a good business. We own actually a grocery store, and I think that we are capable if we get the chance. Like, it's our money, I know it's your decision, we will really like the opportunity to take.
This, this isn't we're not saying you're bad candidates. I think what he's saying is that when all the sales go down in all of the stores, which is what's happened here, it's kind of indicative that there might be too many stores already.
Okay, the one that he's talking about, the store, he doesn't have his store is in decline because the store is in a bad shape. Like the store, it doesn't have a lot of products, and the store is in really bad shape. When I say bad shape, it's dirty and it's not taken care of. So I think that if we get the opportunity, we're gonna work hard and we're gonna build a relationship and good business that we have right now. That's it. So I really appreciate
One more really?
make our dream come true, because last year we got denied in our own building that we bought cash. So we rented a space, so we have the opportunity to have his street business, not mine, his street business.
So you'll be managing the grocery store and your husband will be managing the
Yes,
liquor store?
yes, I've been working in the store for over 7 years.
Do we have his questionnaire?
He's the applicant.
Oh, Mario is the applicant.
Yes.
Oh, he's the one who owns it. Got it. Got it. Okay. No. Are you going to do anything differently than what's being sold in the closest two stores?
Like I say, he didn't oppose, we didn't receive any letter.
Right.
We really coming here thinking that everything was fine.
I see.
And somebody told me that somebody opposed, so I was like, we were like,
Did you go, you've been to the closest store? You've been to the store?
my daughter been there. And a lot of people from the neighborhood, they're really happy when they see us doing the construction, and they see, oh, like they need it. And it's a huge community. A lot of people live around there.
Still,
We're right in the border of the Bronx and Yonkers.
it's still a driving community, correct?
It's driving and foot driving too. There's a bus stop, like, there's two bus stops, one for the city to go to the Bronx and Manhattan, and one to go to Yonkers. So we really appreciate.
Do you know any product that they're carrying?
Not
all you.
really. Like,
Okay.
I we never thought that we're gonna have the same problem as last year. Last year, we didn't even come to fight, and it was our own property, but because she applied first, and we didn't notice that she put the application first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think give an opportunity. Based on what we have, it's very difficult to say that there would be some advantage to the public and convenience to the public to approve it at this time. But since you didn't know about the protest, can I finish? What I would suggest is if we hold this over maybe and you go visit the closest stores, at least the two closest, but I would go to as many as possible and check out what they have for inventory. You can take some photos maybe if you're saying that it's run down, and whatever it is that distinguishes you, and then we can consider it at that time. So.
Do we do them now, or?
We could hold it over. There's a board meeting on the 1st and on the 9th.
Okay, we'll come back the first. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to hold it over till the 1st.
I wanted to contradict that they didn't have notice of an opposition. Attorney Wright had emailed the representative.
No, we have the email.
Yeah, you have the emails. They knew there was going to be opposition.
But I think, when did the email?
Well, the emails, Attorney Wright also followed it with an email indicating that Mr. Springer would appear. The email went to their representative or their attorney. I don't know, was there any indication it went to them directly?
Do they have an attorney? They should probably
Or
coordinate.
their representative didn't?
Do you have a representative on this?
I can't, but we were gonna get a lawyer, but because it wasn't official, the opposition.
All right, I understand.
So that's why we didn't come with any.
Got it.
He didn't tell you about the other emails that were received?
No, I think he didn't oppose, like, formally, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because last year we got the letter, we got everything, and we
All right.
decided just to give up.
Okay, September 1st.
Okay.
Thank you.
1915 Cajun NY.
Morning, Commissioner Kim. Good afternoon, Commissioner Kim, Chairman Bradley, panel members. My name is Philip Kuzel, and
Do we have community
here on
board?
behalf of the applicant. I'm a member of the LLC. The managing member is not with us. He had a family emergency, and he regrets not being here.
You're Mr. Kuzel. You own 25% of the LLC? Wow. And the community board approved it.
And it's no 500 foot.
And then these other convictions. The assault in the 3rd degree. What's that one?
On who?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Jaylene Rodriguez? I'm sorry, hold on a second. Yes, one of your LLC members.
I believe that's actually Mr. Garcia.
Both of them.
No, both of them. They both have something. Maybe you should do a little research on your partners.
DWI and the other.
Yeah, Mr. Garcia was DWI. Mr. Rodriguez was assault.
And he obtained a certificate of relief from that. He's
Yeah.
It was in 2009.
Right, so I just need to clarify that for
Rodriguez,
her. Okay.
Mr.
So the
What, and
past history.
what part are you in the business, if any?
Stop on premise.
Manager of the restaurants.
Oh, the other restaurant.
And Mr. Bishop, William Bishop? Do you know you don't know who he is? We have a stop on the premises, right? That's what it is.
That's why I came here.
Yeah, we're not related to the other owners. The place is vacant. When we took it over,
What are your hours going to be?
it's going to be 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. We're going to be a full-service restaurant.
Dancing?
No dancing.
DJ?
No karaoke, possibly. Sunday jazz brunches.
Just to be clear, the community board approved this with the hours from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to
Right.
Thursday, 12 p.m. to 3:30 on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, we're okay with that.
And you don't have karaoke on the application, so,
I believe,
correct?
I'll double check right now.
I don't have the application.
I
I'll
do.
let the application
I do.
stand as is, and we'll honor the application. Again, the
It
application,
says just live music.
that would be the.
Live and record.
Oh, I missed recorded, sorry. Yes, live and recorded.
Where are your other bars or restaurants?
I don't have any others.
Your partners?
He owns a place in the Bronx called Sapitos, which is, I have the address here, 3168 East Tremont Avenue. He's operated that business with no issues, no problems. I know the history of.
Well, not exactly. I mean, he had violations for unauthorized trade name, maximum occupancy, health regulations.
But nothing related
Right,
to
right, I'm just, yeah.
what I meant to say, and I apologize for misstating.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll vote to approve based on the community board stipulated hours. Good luck.
I approve as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, I said good luck before you.
1918 Beautiful Paradise Restaurant.
1918.
There is a correction. It says, on the agenda sheet, it's a new on-premise, not a package store. Big
Sorry,
typo.
it's a package.
It's a big typo.
Is it on here?
Oh, it's not a package store.
And that OP, it's
1918.
1918.
Beautiful price. There's a stop on the premise also.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hector Torrado is my name. I represent Beautiful Paradise and its owner, Pedro Rodriguez, is here with me.
Good afternoon.
You know Juan Martinez?
Juan Martinez? Oh,
The previous owner.
Or the previous, somebody applied previously and then withdrew the application, you do know?
yes, yes.
Does he have anything to do with your application?
No, he does not. what happened was he went to a religious retreat and got a conversion and decided that he didn't want anything to do with liquor.
What about,
You don't see that every day here.
No,
no.
that's why I asked.
What about, do you know the El Sonido del Tren Restaurant Corp? Do you know anything, do you know the owner of that?
I don't, and el sonido del tren. El sonido del tren, y yo sé que, o sea, los dueños anteriores. Oh. It doesn't.
You don't know who the owners of that? Have you ever been to the restaurant? How did you find this place?
His English is kind of limited. So
Okay, all right.
speak for him?
Yes, please.
He told me that he met Juan because they use the same barber and they were talking, and Juan was.
Juan is the previous owner?
Mr. Guerra Martinez. He wanted to get.
He's a previous applicant, right? He didn't own it.
Oh.
Applicant, okay.
Previous applicant.
He's the one who found God.
Also, he knew the previous owner then, the El Sonido restaurant?
May have, I don't know.
So he just heard from the other person, yeah. When there is a premise stop, does he understand the history behind it? If he doesn't know the restaurant, does he know what happened here previously?
He's not aware of it, and neither am I.
Neither are you.
Has he spoken with the local police precinct at all?
No.
Does he want to?
He really should.
It would be, if it's of importance, yes, I will definitely go with him to the
I
local.
mean, most of the violations were the way they ran the business. They
Yeah,
weren't really
that's-
liquor violations.
It's important that we avoid past problems if there are any.
Well, I mean, the previous operator just didn't really run the business and had numerous violations for prohibited hours of consumption, failure to comply with regulations, sales to intoxicated people, which is why we put a stop on it, which notifies us that it's a problem location.
So how did he, I mean, he has no prior experience in the restaurant business. He just decided he's going to open this up?
He has some experience, not actually running a place, but he knows a lot of people that have restaurants, and so he's familiar with.
That's not experience. That's like saying I slept at a Holiday Inn and now I'm an expert. That doesn't,
Is
I
it
mean,
open now as a
Go ahead.
restaurant?
It's getting great today.
It's
He
getting crazy.
expects to start out by himself, but he expects to hire
No
a
police
manager later on.
officer.
Is he open now without alcohol?
No, he's not that close.
Is this going to be what are the hours that you're proposing?
All day long, from 7 a.m. to 4, to 3:30 a.m.
Every day of the week?
So you're doing breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Wow.
Did the community board say anything?
No, nothing.
Community board said nothing, nobody said anything.
It's not 500 foot.
I know, but still.
Let me just make sure we got nothing in after the fact.
Just given the history.
I don't know
I didn't
why
see a
they're-
breakfast menu.
Is there a breakfast menu on top? Oh, yeah, there are. They have cheese, ham, and egg.
It's mostly he's gonna do Dominican food, mango.
Yeah, I see that.
And who's going to manage this place with, he has no, who's going to cook the food? I mean,
He's gonna have, yes, he will be hiring his mother.
Oh, come on, he will not let me in.
And no dancing.
Does she know that?
all right.
It's getting to be a little long day.
Yes, all right. I vote to approve.
I approve as well.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
1850 and 1851, Benitez Restaurant Corp. No. I don't know if you want to bother pulling that one.
What's that one? They left.
Who left? 1850 left?
1850 and 51.
On bond.
Accept it.
1894, 502 Bar Restaurant.
My goodness.
My name is John Angosani, and I'm here with Ms. Valerio. I'm here to interpret for her and to help her with the application.
Okay, it looks like we had 3 prior applications at this location and it was denied. Does she know that?
Yeah, she knows that, but she has nothing to do with that prior applicant. You know that. She doesn't know.
She doesn't know.
And it was canceled in 2014. Is she aware of that, the previous license?
So how did she find this place?
She told me that her mother-in-law, no, it's tu cuñada, her sister-in-law saw the place was for rent, and they called the landlord, met with the landlord, and they agreed to rent the location. It was vacant.
Her sister-in-law is going to be involved in the business?
Probably helping her, yeah, she has 4 people that she's gonna employ and probably gonna have family helping her also.
And the rent is $3,400 a month, and the total investment is only $8,460 a month.
Well, I think that was when they first applied. They put in the security and the rent, but up till now, she's spent over $20,000.
Is she open now?
No, she's not. They just have a new menu, which actually, I
Oh,
wanted
good.
to hand it out.
Because it didn't really look like a restaurant menu. Everything is under $10.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, the prior ones were denied based on the character and fitness of the applicants.
All 3 of them were just,
That's what I'm looking at, so.
and then that's,
It's gonna be a fast food and takeout.
yeah.
She's 29 years old. Since she's been 16 years old, she's been working at a restaurant, cooking in Santo Domingo. She's only been here 5 years, but prior to that time, she was always, involved with the food business. And this is a restaurant license. She's not looking for liquor. There's not gonna be any dancing there.
Oh, sorry.
She's having recorded music and a DJ?
Only on the weekend. She'd like to have the DJ on the weekend.
And what are the hours?
On the weekend until 4 a.m. if it's approved, and she'd like to close earlier on the weekdays at 2 o'clock.
So a DJ till 4, but no dancing?
Sure.
Tables are in the,
If you have a DJ until 4 a.m., that's how you end up with a lot of these dancing
Yeah,
violations.
if you're a takeout place with a DJ.
well, there's gonna be takeout also. Anyways.
And so, and she has no relationship or contact before with Ramon Torres, Michael Basora, Elizabeth Bito, Albaneri Vasquez? None of them? You don't know any of these people? And your family doesn't know any of these people? All right. 4 employees and 1 security guard. Dancing will not be permitted. It's gonna be tough. You ready?
Yep.
All right. This is a restaurant RW license, and given the representation that she doesn't know or never met, had any contact with any of the other previous license applicants that we denied, I will approve this license with those hours. That you said 2 a.m. on weekdays, so Sunday through
Friday, Thursday.
Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday till 4 a.m.? Okay.
I approve as well under those conditions.
Put the hours in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
3 months.
1898 U Wine and Liquor Store. 1898.
What did I say? Looks like landlord
Who are you smiling at?
I am. No, I'm sorry, I missed the number.
1898.
Thank you.
Ooh,
This
wow.
is Jay Yu again. I'm representing New Wine and Liquor Store Inc. And then this is Wan is the president of the corporation. We are applying for the new liquor store license at 175 Sound Beach. It's a little shopping street, middle of residential area. And there's no shopping places around that area, but within about 1 mile away. It will be a 700 square feet, try to serve the neighbors who comes into the shopping center. And that shopping center is composed of a Chinese restaurant, barber shop and restaurant, and there is a grocery store across the street. And location-wise, it's very convenient to the neighborhood because there's no shopping malls around that area, at least about 1 mile. And Miss Wen used to own the Chinese restaurant at the location since 2010, and she sold business to one of the friends. Now she's working as a manager at the Chinese restaurant now. And also she resides at the Sound Beach town many years, and then she knows the neighbors very well. As far as the experience, she has a business operation experience, but she does not have the liquor store experience, but she's willing to take ATEP training. Also, she's willing to hire employees who have a lot of experience operating liquor stores.
Does she have she didn't answer the question regarding conviction of a crime? Is that a yes or a no?
Any crimes, any convictions, anything?
The one with the playground is lower.
6B.
You have any convictions? Probably the law. She said no. What was it? What was the question number?
6B.
6B?
Did she have a liquor license at her Chinese restaurant?
No, she didn't. The 6B is supposed to be no, and I'll update the application.
Is no one in opposition?
We just got a letter.
Sure.
There's nobody here in opposition? No.
It's a small town.
Yeah, it's all houses.
Yeah, this area is 9,800 people or so, the population of Sand Beach, and there's already 6 stores within about 2 miles, 1.9 miles, or within 2.2 miles, I think it was.
But out of 6 stores, and then there's only one liquor store in the town of Sound Beach, and there are 2 in Rocky Point, and 3 in the Miller's Place, and 1 in Mount Sinai. And those are located at least about a mile away. And also, the sales is the ALKA International Inc., which is about a mile away, is about $1.11 million a year. The sales is continuing to increase. And the other ones are the Longchen Liquor Inc., which is 1.43 miles away. The sales is $1.68 million a year. It's still increasing. And there are small stores here. It's a Dynasty Wine and Liquor. It's about a mile away. And they're doing about $371,000 a year, but they are increasing. But their store size is only 1120 square. And the elevation squaring, 1.3 mile away, she actually sent a opposition letter. She's only doing a $411,000 a year. The sales are increasing, but for some, her store is about 2,700 square feet, which is pretty big. And I just don't understand why her sales volume is so low. I don't think this is relating to the saturation of business compared to other stores. And also, when she indicated in the letter, so 42% have children under the age of 18 living with them, but actually 63.6% of the population is over 24 years old and older. And 71.3% is over 18 years old. So average about 73% adults of the populations.
There's 10 stores within 2 miles, though. Right? There's six stores within the area you're talking about, but if we just move a little bit further, there's 4 more.
Okay, according to the proximity we purchased, Far East store is 2.08 miles, which is Richter Enterprise, located in Mount Sinai. Seven stores within 2.08 miles.
Stores.
And she's in this store's in a plaza or a shopping mall? What's it in?
It's a little shopping strip, about a block long, about how many stores there? About 5 stores in there.
And what's she adding that these other people, I mean, I realize you're recognizing that these sales have gone up, but I see them as flat except for one store. I mean, they're not going up more than, they're not really going up more than 4 or 5%. So what's she adding to the mix that they don't have?
Okay, what she tried to do is that the shopping plaza is very unique because it's in the middle of nowhere, middle of the residential area, and it's enough, far enough to other liquor stores. And there are people walking, and also they drive by, and then they do shop, and then also they do the dinings over there.
What's in that plaza besides the Chinese restaurant?
There's a restaurant. No. There's a restaurant, American restaurants. There are a barber shop, hair salons, and across the street there is a grocery store, and I think there is some auto repair shop across the street also. And those are the only commercial area in that neighborhood.
Whenever you're ready.
As far as the crime rate, it says that
It's just that it's such a small town, and there's already 7 within 2.08 miles. And I get that it's a smaller 700 square foot store, so it's not like it's coming in and adding percentage-wise any much more. Sales have been fairly flat with a slight increase. It is in an area where it seems to be, if it's the only commercial area within a mile, but I just, Oh, I'm kind of on the fence, so why don't you go first?
I think there's too many stores there, so I'm going to deny the application. I think the sales are flat. It's all single-family housing, and I realize it's a commercial area that she's looking to put it in. And she is a good applicant, but I just think there's too many stores in this area. I don't think the sales of the other stores indicate that there's a need for another store, and I also think that she really hasn't given us any indication that she's going to be different than any of the other stores. So I don't see the need for it, so I'm going to deny the application.
And for those reasons, I'll deny as well. Thank you.
1896, Jochi Cafe.
Good afternoon. What's your applicant's relationship with the prior owner, if any? None? You never met him, you don't know him? No. You know that the previous license was canceled and then revoked?
Yes, because we applied for on.
Can you come up to the mic, please?
We applied for on-premises,
Well, are you referring to the previous owner?
Yeah, the previous license had been canceled and then revoked. Meaning,
I wasn't informed via the email when I requested status notification.
Tom will be busy.
We weren't aware at all. He did apply for an on-premise wine and beer license, and which was denied. We applied for off-premise.
I think the question is, do you and your client know that people used to sell drugs at this location?
Oh, no, we haven't.
Okay.
What a relief.
Put it right out there.
It's long day.
right, okay. I'm okay with it.
I am too.
All right, I approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
1865, T&T Meats and Produce.
So the applicant Ernesto Tavares, and the previous applicant was Rafaela Tavares, who had her license canceled in January of this year.
Yes, actually, Rafaela Tavares sold the business to Mr. Ernesto Tavares. She stayed operating in the business, received the sale to minor, decided instead to surrender the license. And then Mr. Tavares applied for his.
No relationship?
No, no relationship. I actually know both of them. It's kind of funny.
You introduced them?
No, I actually didn't.
All right. I approve. Wait, hold on. You didn't get the second vote. You got to get the second vote.
Long day.
Yeah, I approve.
All right, good luck.
Have a great day.
1875, 986 Second Avenue Restaurant. Who are you for? Could you, come on, you want to come up here? No, I'm talking to them. I'm not sure why they're here, and I didn't realize that it's a little indisposed. I don't seem to have a number for this. You're my last item that I have, so I'm not sure what happened here.
They protest?
I don't know. I'm going to find out what item they're here for. Why are we doing that? I'm sorry. Let me see.
Hello.
6.
Oh, this is
This is
your,
for me.
this
I
is
got
for you.
your email,
Okay,
yes.
nope, you're fine. This is nothing on the item.
That's-
No. It's fine. We're going to
We'll have to
continue with the
talk.
meeting. Mr. Levy, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. The application for you, sorry, Joe, here on behalf of 986 Second Avenue Restaurant LLC. I have with me Dan Weaver, one of the principals, and operators on site daily. This is an application for a transfer of an existing on-premises liquor license. We mentioned the community board months and months ago. The community board was thrilled to have a operator, thrilled with the new concept, thrilled with everything. But they have a policy in Community Board 6 of all new operators have to agree to a 2 a.m. close across 7 days. We felt that we were in a situation where we should be able to have slightly later hours than that, based on the fact that the prior premise at this location for the last 8 years, 6 years.
What was it, what was it called previously, the bar?
Traffic bar. It was 8.5 years there, 4 a.m., 7 days a week. They did have some history, but from what I understand, they cleaned it up quite a bit in more recent years. Dan has another license as well. He's a principal on a license within the bounds of Community Board 3. That's a 4 a.m. license, 7 days a week. They've been operating there for about 3 years. No complaints, no problems, no issues there. We didn't ask for 4 a.m. 7 days a week from the Community Board. We asked for 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They told us it's a hard policy of 2 a.m. 7 days. That's why we're here before you. They've been operating on temps for the last 3 or 4 months with no complaints, no issues, no problems. It's worth noting that they decreased the capacity of the space. They built out a brand new kitchen that they spent a tremendous amount of money on. They ripped out all the old DJ equipment from the old space there, and they really have put forth a concept that's much more restaurant and bar as opposed to loud music, windows and doors open all the time, lasting DJ, pure bar concept.
What's the name of the place?
The Atwood.
The Atwood?
Atwood Kitchen and Bar.
Okay. Are you going to file that DBA with us, or? Okay.
Is that named after Atwood, upstate New York?
Named after Margaret?
Yes, it is.
Well, I just know of an Atwood, that's why. Only the people that live there call it Atwood, that's why.
I mean, it is a 500-foot hearing case, and, you know, community.
Can I have a
Yep,
conference
sure.
in the back? I want to
Sure.
clarify something for myself.
Sure.
Okay.
It's not on this case, but Community Board 6 in particular, and the elected officials in that area, all of them wrote a joint letter asking us to respect their decision to have a 2 a.m. closing for the first year for all the applications in their Community Board area. But that's not part of this case, but just in general, and, of course, this is a 500-foot case, so we do take into consideration the Community Board's opinion on this. I think. Right, so those are the factors in this particular case. There has been a license there 4 a.m. for many years, and also the operator has a relatively clean history. Is it relatively or great history? I'm sorry, great history. Also operating in CB3, which also is very on top of their licensees there, and you haven't had any issues since January 2013 to present, I believe. Is that right?
I don't see he's had any.
Have you had any adverse history in Community Board 3 with your other, or in that other license?
The other licensee.
Right, so no adverse history with us. So given those circumstances, but also respecting the Community Board's opinion, what I would like to do is start with the 2 a.m., 7 days a week, but instead of the year period, at least for an applicant like you with great history, reduce that to 6 months and then come back and we'd consider it.
So again, this is a transfer, it was a sale of assets, purchased the business knowingly that had a 4 a.m. license because starting from scratch was a non-starter because it was a 2 a.m. hard close across the board. I think that's got to be worth something as well. And like I said, the intentions here I think have been clear based on the fact that they tore out the DJ booth, they built the huge kitchen, they have the menu, and they've been operational for the last 3 or 4 months, being a model neighbor. And he's got a history of 3 years in a very vocal, very aggressive community board with no issues whatsoever. Again, we're not asking for 4 a.m. 7 days. We like 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. on the weekends. We're happy to even give back some more hours on nights that are not big nights for us. But these gentlemen, Dan and his partner, who also has extensive industry experience, they do a lot of corporate events. They do a lot of birthday parties. They do a lot of events that require them to be open a bit later. And we're happy to go down to midnight, Sunday and Monday night, at 2 o'clock during the week. But the Thursday, Friday, Saturday night hours at 4 a.m. is really going to be crucial to our business. And again, we went to the community board. There was not a thing that anyone had to say about anything other than they were excited about the concept, other than this is our policy, this is our rule, everyone has to do it. And it's not always true because I've been to this community board before and they've made exceptions. But they make exceptions as they see fit and, for whatever.
Well, and that's my problem with what goes on with some of them, particularly here. And I do recognize Commissioner Kim, as he said, we did get a letter. It wasn't about a case I ruled on, but it was a letter regarding this community board from several elected officials who wanted us to obey their policy. And I don't necessarily agree 100%, particularly when you have an operator like this, which is why I think we went back to 6 months, and I'm willing to do the 6 months as well, but I'm telling you that if I don't see any negative action whatsoever, then this is going to be, you're going to be here 5 minutes and you're going to walk out, and if at that point you're going to get the hours the other bar had.
Yeah, that's the other thing is that you've got probably 10 bars on each side.
No, I recognize that. Yeah, I recognize that.
4 a.m. 7 days a week. So even from like a competitive standpoint, we're not asking for as much as everybody. We're not trying to have this model that everyone has. If you could, work with us a little.
Well, we do have to work with them too. That's the problem. And they want a year, and because of his, I'm more interested in his history than I am with the location and their hours in the previous location, because obviously their policy is if somebody new is coming in, we're shutting them down at 2 o'clock. This guy has proven that he's not going to be a problem. He runs it as a business, and it is his business.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm sorry. They've been operating off of an ST permit.
Can you consider
Since
that?
May. Can the 6 months start from when they were operating off of the temporary permit with no issues?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, just for what it's worth, I mean.
Sure. So May, June, July, August, I mean, you're already 4 out of 6 months there then, basically, right? So it's a couple more months, is that right?
2 more months.
So come back.
If it wasn't a 500-foot case, then it could be a different result, but given that this is a 500-foot hearing case.
And the community board should recognize that this is the guy you want in your neighborhood. I mean, that's the point. I think that they need to recognize that this is an operator. That place is going to be a restaurant, and this is a guy you want running that restaurant. But
Would the members consider giving us 3 a.m. for, you know, this period and then come back for more on the weekends only, not during the week?
So right now, they're offering you just 2 months of being closed
yeah,
earlier.
I gotta stick with where we're at.
If this were not a 500-foot hearing, then I would consider that, but given it's 500-foot case,
And it's 6 months I can come back and see you, or 6 months I have to notify the community?
no, you only have 2
Only
more
2
months
months
left.
you can come
From
back.
the date
I'm saying 6 months total I can be back here.
you'll have to send me a request for a change in method of operation, and then I'll put it before the members. We will certainly notify the community board, the agency will, just to get their opinion.
So I don't have to?
You don't have to. Out of the method of operation change, we will.
So it's 2 a.m., 7 days a week until we see you again. Okay.
Thank you.
And that, for the record, is approved.
Thank you.
In case anyone
Approved.
was confused.
Okay.
All right, we have to read these in 5 minutes because I told Jackie she'd be out of here by 3, so.
All right, let's go.
Somebody better.
You have 4 minutes.
I know.
The clock is ticking. All right, we're starting with 1873,
1837,
37,
offer of 1,000 accept.
Accept.
1838,
3,000, but there's an availing issue, I think, here. Just people answering the wrong
Charge
number,
that.
contact. You wanna check
Yeah, I
it?
have sent an investigator out, but I'll take the
Yeah.
3,000
Yep,
fine.
Same.
1839,
The prohibited person, I'm not exactly sure what the traditional fine has been for this.
Well, the revoked person was removed. Usually when you're a prohibited person, the other
Right.
license gets canceled first.
They
So
removed it, so the fine, monetary fine
monetary
traditionally-
fine is all you really should do at this
So
point. since it's-
2,000,
generally been 25 to 5,000 depending
25 to 5,000? I'll do 2,500.
2,500.
1840,
Offer 1,500 accept.
Accept.
1842,
6,000, he was 18 years old.
6,000.
1843,
Offer of 1,500 accept.
Accept.
1844,
Offer letter of warning accept.
The CNC says.
Yeah, I saw that. One, it
1,000.
says 1,000
But a
and,
letter of warning, I think, is appropriate.
all right, letter of warning.
Passed the test, and
1845,
3,500.
3,500.
1846,
6,000.
6,000.
1847,
Dismiss charge 1.
Yep.
48,
This is a workers' comp. 35, aiding and abetting. I had 3,500. They operated before the official sale.
Yeah, I had
Started selling under somebody else's
I had
license.
4,000. actually.
4,000. Okay, 4,000.
1849,
Offer 500 accept.
Accept.
53,
I had 5,000, but why wasn't there books and records charged too? Because they said in the notes that there were no liquor invoices.
Well, I don't think,
I have 5,000 as well.
I think
5,000.
these people are closed.
Are
They
they?
defaulted.
Well, 5,000, if they don't pay it, they're going to get closed down anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
okay. Wait a second, why do I have all this? Oh, we ended up, did you see that we got a late no contest plea on that with invoices?
Yeah. We still did 5,000.
Okay, all right.
5,000.
1854,
Cancel and bond.
not closed.
Cancel and bond.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong number.
1855,
Did these people ever pay? It says not paid as of 8/16.
no,
8/6.
we have,
cancel and
we're,
bond.
yeah, I'm actually suspending them tomorrow.
All right, cancel and bond.
Oh, apologize. I was on the wrong number on 1854, cancel and bond on 1853. This is the second time these people are purchased from an authorized source.
1853.
Yeah, it's worth 5,000.
Yeah.
It should be 12,000 then, you said?
No,
We've been giving out offers in council's office of 7,500 on the first time people are
Oh, really?
purchased from unauthorized source.
But in our guidelines, we normally have 2,500.
For
No, but
purchase
she's
from
saying
unauthorized
the
source?
second time.
Yes, there
No,
it says
from
a
unauthorized
delegation.
source, the first time is 2,500, so second time is 7,500?
That's
You're
what
saying
we've
you're
been
doing it on the
doing.
first time, 7,500?
We
Then
have
they
been
come to the
doing.
board, they don't come to me with the non-calendars.
Yeah,
These
that's
are,
the stuff that's been coming to the board. We've been doing
Maybe it's-
higher.
I know, but the guidelines we've been using is 2,500 up till now, but it's, if you're
Unless it's a
saying the
balloon,
first
you
one
know,
is
of
7,500.
large quantities, I
Yeah.
believe those ones come through to the
Okay,
board,
so-
In
but
fact, this is the second time.
So, second time, so it should be like 10,000?
Yeah.
Just, he stated that he purchased from liquor stores in the past about one per week for a year.
Okay.
That's a lot.
10,000.
10,000.
1855, we on that now?
Yeah, that, if they didn't pay, it's cancel and bond.
Well, they're being suspended, that was a $1,500 fine, so it's 5 days in, we're taking the bond. So now there'll be no bond,
Cancel for the
well,
record?
unless maybe they decided to pay today. Usually cancellation order, or suspension order gets their attention.
So that
I
would
get
just-
kicked out again, so, okay.
So how do we do that then?
I'm sorry, I'm lost on the number then. Are we talking 1855?
Yeah, they didn't pay the fine that's
Oh.
open.
But I can't get back in there again.
can.
I mean, if we're going to cancel them, then it will be canceled effective 8/26, the next day.
Okay.
Right.
Let my
And if they
suspension run
paid,
forward.
then we'll
Then what are you going to do?
fine them 3,500?
So give them a fine and either they don't pay, and they'll be canceled anyway.
What's easier for you?
Fine.
Okay,
Fine.
3,500.
3,500.
Moving to Ethan Manning.
1856,
Offer of 100, accept.
Accept.
1857,
Offer of 250, accept.
Accept.
58,
1,500.
No, that's,
trade name, yeah.
Trade name.
oh, okay, yeah, 1,500. I had the wrong charge.
1859,
CMB, accept.
Accept.
1860,
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
1861,
CNB,
Yeah, cancel and bond.
stuff. 1862,
6,000.
6,000.
1869,
They didn't even show up for this?
No, most times they don't.
Yeah. I had a maybe.
That's what I had.
Yeah,
I had
'cause,
a
mean,
circle, I don't know, and then I had an arrow that said I think I might be okay with it.
And I had a maybe because there's factors here, but
Yes, we probably should hold this over.
9-1?
Don't you live there,
So far.
Carrie?
I live by there,
Oh.
there's family there.
1876,
18's previous license was canceled, it was availing. I have deny.
Yep, I do too. Deny.
1882,
250.
250.
1883,
CNB,
Yes.
1884, I have a request to adjourn.
9-1.
9-1.
Go with that. 1885,
Cancel for the record, accept.
Accept.
1886,
3,500.
Is this guy filing renewal yet or no?
Hang on one second.
83116,
Oh, this is also, there's two, right?
Another year
Related.
left. He's got another
19
year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is
right.
also related to 1912,
Yeah, that's what it, that's why I have it.
1912 was the default, another default.
was the workers' comp.
Yeah, I had 2,500 and 3,500.
Then that's fine.
Okay.
All right, so I'll pull that one off for 2,500.
So what's that, 6,000?
Yep.
You want them combined, do you want them
Yeah, it's
Easier
together?
for you.
No, what, 2,500 for the first one and 3,500 for the
We'll
second
keep them
one?
separate.
Yeah, it's
Got
probably
it.
easier.
1887,
Offer of 3,500 for charge 1, 1,500 for charge 2, I accept.
I accept.
I've spoken to people in council's office about not taking offers broken up that way. It should be one
Okay.
global.
Why are they, yeah,
they're
what,
doing that so they can qualify for the ATAP.
Oh.
It's what the person put in.
okay.
1888,
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
1889,
2,500, accept.
Accept.
1891,
Offer CMB, accept.
Accept.
1892,
Offer 7,000, accept.
Accept.
1899,
Dismiss charge 1, sustain 2 and 3, 4,000.
Okay, 4,000.
1,900.
2,500?
Did they,
This is the
the
Hess-
man
this
appeared
was the
from
no
Russ
contest.
Muskin yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah, this was the only one they actually pled on.
2,500?
Yes, 2,500.
Okay. 1901.
Cancel and bond?
Cancel and bond.
1902.
Offer CMB accept.
Accept.
1903.
So this drug activity, what's the kind of, I haven't seen this really.
Well, it's,
What's the range?
well,
Fines. Drug
The
activity.
problem is, my problem was the case actually got dismissed, the criminal case.
But the criminal case always seems to get dismissed.
Well, because it's marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
And I'm sure
drug
they had
activity?
a search issue. I'm
Is
guessing.
this the case where they had the trap door? Or,
Yes,
so do you think they were suffering and permitting?
yes.
So you
I'll
think the
do
licensee was
2,500.
knowingly selling?
No, yeah, there's no question. I just wonder why they dismiss these, because it doesn't
They're
help us.
knowing and selling.
Even if they give them a discount, it would be, we can do 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
1904.
3,000.
3,000.
1905.
CNB.
Yes, CMB.
1906.
LW. Letter of warning, so LW.
Letter of
LW.
warning.
It's nice abbreviations. 1907.
CNB.
Yes, CMB.
1908.
Offer of 2,500 accept.
Accept.
1909. This
This
one,
is the case that Mr. Fogelman was here for, but he wasn't here for.
He asked for an adjournment.
Right.
And
I
Chairman
told him that
granted
it was
it.
on, and I told him that I was asking for alternate findings because I think the ALJ's decision is a bit of a non sequitur. She states that there's insufficient evidence to sustain the charge, but then writes a decision about whether the building was, according to DOB, legally a house of worship, which, number one, isn't our standard for what makes something a house of worship, and number two, wasn't the question before her. The question before her was, did the applicant and Mr. Fogelman, since it was a self-certified application, know about the synagogue? I think there's also an additional issue of Mr. Fogelman being the attorney on the case, considering it was him who self-certified that there wasn't a synagogue there. So it kind of turns on what his knowledge when he filed that application. But the judge
So you know,
doesn't
you did
address
grant
any
the
of that.
adjournment. That's what I told Mr. Fogelman.
Yeah, we granted the adjournment so we can ask him all those questions.
Okay, so that's 9.
Because he didn't know he was here today.
Yes, he did not know he was here.
1910 and 1911.
Wait, 1908 is,
1908 was accept
We did it.
2,500.
okay. 1909 is
1909 then is.
It's
both gonna be
9-1.
9-1, and 1910 and 1911, okay.
This one, they had an offer of 12. I had a counter of,
Mr. Flynn wasn't asking to be here?
counter of
Did he ask for
15
an
at
adjournment?
least.
He was, no, he was, well, he was unavailable
had,
yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't-
If
maybe
you
he didn't see this
If you
calendar.
go higher, I'm okay with that.
All right, counter of 15.
That's what I wrote, so 15.
Is it just possible to put it over, because I feel like if Flynn was here, he'd accept it?
He couldn't be available yesterday, so
Yeah.
generally he would ask for an adjournment.
All right, 9-1.
Or be
Since
here.
he's coming back on 9/1 anyway, and
Okay, 9-1.
Okay. It's workers' comp.
1913.
This is no workers' comp for a year. Under our policy, what do we do with these people?
Come up with a new policy.
We need a policy of like.
Well,
I
we
think
need
it's
a max,
periods
I
of
think.
time.
I think we need a max.
Right.
And it shouldn't be 10.
Right,
well, a max per charge is 10,
10. But a year.
unless
10
you
is-
want a suspension.
Like, this guy didn't get the stop work order until May 19th
Well,
of
that's what we-
2015. He had it back in place in May 26, 2015, but he actually didn't have it for a year.
Right, well, we have learned that there isn't a hard and fast rule for when stop work orders are issued. They're issued for a wide variety of reasons.
No, I'm just talking about him. He may not have even, well, he realized it, but he didn't.
He didn't do anything
He
about
did
it.
do something the minute he was caught. I don't care.
Council can come up with new standard guideline for the,
Well,
much easier.
all of us can come up with new standard
Council could
guidelines.
suggest it.
Or we can decide not to
Well,
do
we'll,
these
we,
cases
well, let's do
either.
him, It was a year, so we started at 2,500 and then we go 500 a month?
You said, right, would be 8,500. Seems like a lot, though. But I know that's kind of how we had said it. Is that what we've been doing for others?
We haven't done any of them.
We have taken them all off the
taken anything.
calendar
So
to.
let's do that until we figure out a number. Can we do that?
Yep.
Or maybe start at the high, whatever you want, like your 25 or whatever you want to
Can
do.
I
And then if it seems to be a lesser time, you can kind of adjust
I'm
accordingly.
down for it. Okay. It's a
Just
year.
easier if you actually have one flat amount.
Yeah, let's just come up. Yeah, you're right. I think it should just be, like, if it's less than a year, some amount over 1 to 5 years, something, right? Something,
Yeah, there you go, 2 of them.
it should be like
You can
2.
keep 2, 2 is easy.
Okay, are we doing that now, or do you want to
You
wait?
can do that now, and then it's done.
Well, let's say it's 2,500 then, under a year, and then,
Under a year, and then,
and if somebody's like only a week, then we'll adjust accordingly.
right, so the year will be, so 2,500 up to a year, and then
Yeah.
after that,
Well, then we'll talk about suspension.
okay.
Up to 1 year is 2,500, okay. So what are we doing on this one? 2,500?
2,500.
Yep.
Thank you.
Close enough.
1920,
6,000.
6,000.
All right, we almost.
that's
made
it.
Why? Who? Me and you? With who? About what?
All right, we're done with the meeting right now?
We are.
Are we
Like to adjourn?
Chairman, adjourned?
Yes, adjourned.